Okay. Hey, Plague Life. Yes, you are the first person here today. How's it going? That's good. I got... Was you're not late. It's okay. Wish I could say that a coil. Joking. Oh, is it showing the... Why is it showing the inputs? No, it's showing inputs for some reason. Hmm. Do you not... Do you see it there? On the, when I move up and down, there's the up arrow, the down arrow. It's showing left, right. It's showing the inputs on the top screen there. I don't want that. Why is it doing that? Hold that thought. Oh, that's why. It's because I have background inputs put in, and one of the hotkeys is to turn that on and off, and it's comma. Okay, yeah. So now, okay, that's why. And I figured that if I had background inputs on, then I could be on a different thing and still do it. But if I try and type anything right now, there's the hotkeys that can still mess me up, I guess. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. Yes, I did. I got through the trial, so we're at the end of the day, like we were before. I lost to Sonya that time. The deck is much better now, than I was before, because I messed around some more in the school area, which technically is like the next area, I think. So I got like the ground waves from there. I also traded in a bunch of extra cards for some random cards. So we got like some sync hook ones and stuff. I got one of the brothers cards working. Ron's here, who is actually from thing. Oh gosh. So I got his card working, but I didn't get Shin's card working yet, or whatever. That guy's. So I don't have a Pegasus one yet, but that's fine for now, I guess. The other thing is I got the MegaMan event working, the Battle Network one working, so that should also, we'll do that today as well. And then, okay, so the first thing I wanted to do was do Sonya over here, and then head over to the Battle Network MegaMan event thing, because it's right over this way. And then I'll also pick up Bullbutt, because the better version of Bullbutt is wandering around now, as I found out when I was just walking from place to place, and then I got Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'll save after I beat her and stuff. There's no point saving right here because I just saved, so. So she should be up here. And then I marked down where Volbutt was, where I ran into him before anyway, so. Wrong way. Oh, that's right. Is it over this way? I really do like Sync Hook, by the way. You remember what Sync Hook does, right? Oh, dang it. Oh, I also got a new Buster, which we'll probably actually swap out here. Once we get them the Battle Network one. But I grabbed it from the school while I was wandering around. Trying to get those ground attack 2 cards. And, oh, that's right, it's just this little nook here, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. My goodness. Look at all them good cards. Okay. Dang it. That was a good starting hand. Wait for the invincibility to wear off. That attack is the only one I have trouble with. Shoot. Man, that stun. Ooh. Oh, shoot. This also gives me a chance to mess around with the crossover cards. That one guy, because he's from the Wombo Combo. Because he's from the Lunar Night like crossover thing that they did in Japan. But they never like actually like did anything with it in the States, just because Lunar Nights wasn't as popular in America and the UK and all that. Europe. It's still in the game files though, so you can still activate that stuff. But did she get poisoned or something? She's taking, like, continual damage. Look at her health go down. I wonder why that is. Can't think of why that would be. Shoot. Yeah, she's pretty hard. Is that why it has no name? Yeah. All of them don't really have names because they were never actually used in the American Europe version. So it's just blank. Lunar Nights is a game series. I think that was also on the DS. There we go. Harp Note. That was a busting level 1, but we got that card, so it's all good. I think I gotta change out one of the cards I already have. That's like a... Oh wait, do I not have... Oh, I do have Cancer Bubble. Okay. Let's just change out Taurus Fire for now. Maybe I'll switch it back in if I get a Taurus Fire EX. But for now, I'll switch it out. Yeah, if I get a Taurus Fire EX, I'll switch it out for Cygnus Wing. You can give yourself the cards, but like the crossover cards, but that would kind of break the balancing of the game right now, and I would be tempted to use them, and it's hard to like moderate yourself with that kind of stuff, or at least it is for me, because I just take the cards. But then it would make battles super easy, because they're all, you know, got the third versions of themselves, and some of them are pretty powerful, and there's even like boss cards and everything with them. I think I remember playing a little bit of Lunar Nights because it did come out in the US, or at least a DS one did. I don't. There might be more in the series, but the DS one did. I don't remember too much of it. I think I got like 20 minutes in. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'd be more popular if I kept playing. Like maybe I would have liked it more if I kept playing, but I don't know. Something maybe to try out in the future. I don't know. I've never heard of like a lot of like buzz about it, or whenever people are talking about like hidden gems on the DS, that's not one that ever comes up. So I don't know. Maybe it's just kind of a niche thing for Japan, or they got more material or something over there. I know it's a joke. I'm pronouncing it as AA Ron as a meme because I think it's fun. Oops. Nope, wrong way. Dang it, missed. Ah well. Dang it, I missed the guy in the middle, but that's fine. Cancer Bubble will take it out. Just 2 boss cards in a row. Where is Bulba? He is southeast in Echo Ridge. That's where I ran into him anyway. So I'll wander over there when I want to get him. If I don't accidentally wander into him while I'm doing the Mega Man thing, the Mega Man Battle Network thing, I'll head over there and see if I can find him. Because, like, oh, I'll do a side quest a minute while, since I'm just playing offline, I'll just do, like, one of the side quests for the random NPCs, right? And then I ran into him, died, and I'm like, well, okay, I think I'll just get to where I need to be and then call it, and then just play on stream. Nah, it'd take too long to go around. I like that Sync Hook does damage to multiple enemies, and it does actually a lot of damage. Like, it does 120 damage, which I think the only comparable thing is one of the boss cards that we have, which is the Birdman one, Cygnus, that goes all the way around. Considering getting an emulator, okay. The one I'm playing on is Desmume, so it's D-E-S-M-U-M-E, Desmume. For Windows anyway. That's kind of the go-to one. Melon emulator looks promising if it gets finished, like the Melon one. If it gets finished and like all the features that it wants to get done, then yeah, that'll probably end up being the new default one to play on. But the one I'm playing on is the kind of one that most people use anyway. It's and that's Desmume, so. We want to go. What do you got? Nothing? Okay. Oh, there we go. He's just right there. Oh, it's SP, not EX. My bad. I don't know. Just take those cards, I guess. There we go. Oh, I forgot to save after beating Sonya. I forgot. I'll have to do that after I beat him, I guess. Hopefully. Oh, nice. Counter hit. I'm not as worried about him as, like, Sonya, because even though he's got more health, he doesn't have, like, a lot of stun attacks. Like, Sonya, she has attacks that can, like, stun you and keep you in place. But his attacks are pretty predictable even if they do a lot of damage. Shoot. And they're fairly easy to counter. Ooh, there's that his signature attack. Whoops. Both missed each other. Hey, let's use Harp Note. Oh shoot, did I miss? Yeah, I think I missed. Nope. Okay, yeah. I was hoping it would be her one where she grabs you and like a replica of the one where she like grabs you and basically does a bunch of attacks against you, but that's fine. Yeah. That was one of the crossover cards. New record. Oh, so I didn't get a card for that? Boo. That sucks. I'm gonna pulse out just to heal up a minute. Oh, wait, I gotta save, gotta save. Let me do that in a minute. Yeah, and that does kind of suck that it doesn't give me a new card. I don't know, maybe because my busting wasn't good enough. That's right, it went the wrong way. Oh no, she does. Okay, she does. So if it's not directly targeting someone, then it does the other thing. But if it if there is somebody in front, it does target it and do that. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Because even if you miss, it'll still hit. That's good. I like that. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep that on as much as possible. Oh boy, a recover 10. Oh, there's another. Why are there two over here? I guess they just randomly spawned over here. Yeah, it's all use. All purpose. Lag? Shouldn't be any worse. Says I've dropped a total of 5% of frames. It doesn't look like I'm dropping a ton of frames right now. I turned down some of the settings so it's not as bad as the last time. Hold on, I'll open it up on my phone. Just the game? Okay. I mean, it does do that. It does lag whenever we get into battle. I don't... Maybe it's just my PC. Maybe it's just not powerful enough. Maybe it's the emulator. I don't know. But yeah, it does lag whenever, a lot of the time when we go into battle. How's the frame rate, by the way? I turned down the bit rate a little bit, so it wasn't as laggy as it was last time. Did it work, or? Anyway, we gotta get over to the doghouse because for some reason that's where this quest is available from. That's good. You'd think that they would make it from the nostalgic mailbox that's over there because it's got a direct reference to the fact that it's the same like kind of mailbox that from the Battle Network games. Like it's a replica of those mailboxes they used 200 years ago. Because canonically, this is 200 years after Battle Network, so you'd think that they would just made it over there, but they didn't for some reason. Ball of waves. Is it an enemy? Oh, is someone there? A voice was coming from inside the ball. Finally, I'm so glad to make contact with someone over there. Please, I have something to ask of you. So will you hear me out? Over there? What does that mean? Some very important Scilab data was stolen just now. We chased the thief, they jumped through this strange ball. Where you are and where I am seem to be very different, and this ball seems to connect us to one another. The thief jumped through this, so I think that they escaped to where you are. Please, help us. Find the thief and get the Scilab data back. What are you gonna do, Geo? I get the feeling that this isn't a bad person. I think I'll help them. So... Shoot, actually I don't remember what to do next. I think we're looking for one of those minion guys. Oh, it's all grassy in here for some reason. Maybe if we talk to him. I'm the guard dog wave. Battle taste. Okay. I think if Sonya hits on that main attack there, she does 100. I think that's right. Oh, we got a... Ha! For countering, we got another Sonya card. At least at basic level. Her better cards probably do more damage. Okay, so... Oh, right. Pulse out of here. I think we're looking for one of those, Yeah. I think we're looking for... one of those, regular guys. Like, one of the guys that have been taken over by EM whips, basically. I think that's right. But I'm not sure where he is, actually. I could walk around and, like... Or I could look it up. Yeah, the jammers. I think he's somewhere over on Vista Point or in Echo Ridge somewhere. I suppose I could pulse out and wander around looking for him as Geo. Full clear. Not that we're gonna use all of them. It's a flex. Yeah. It's nice to have more cards to work with always. Alright, I'm just gonna pulse out and look around for him as Geo with the visualizer on. Doesn't look like he's over at Vista Point, so he's probably somewhere in Echo Ridge. I suppose I could look it up, or like, look at a video or something to figure out exactly where he is. If I can't see him here. Yeah, I don't see him anywhere. You named your Aknyland... Aknyland? I'm not sure what that acronym is for, or what that's supposed to be. Oh, Animal Crossing's new hires. Okay. I haven't played, like, a lot of Animal Crossing. Scratch, I've never played, like, any amount of Animal Crossing. And not the New Horizon one. I know that's supposed to be pretty good, but I just have not. Hold on, I'm looking at a video a minute. Yeah, it seems like a fun game to just like mess around with and stuff. Okay, so that's where he is. Okay. I was just yeah, looking to see where he was a minute. So I'll head over there now. It seems like one of those games where you can kind of just like, I don't know, do it and then like listen to something in the background or something, which is always nice. Personally, I'm always doing like more than one thing at a time. Like whenever I play games and stuff, I'm always like, usually I'm listening to like podcasts or something. There's very few games where I'm like, okay, this deserves my full undivided attention, or like sometimes I'll pause it, you know, for like cutscenes or something, but yeah. There's very few games where like the entire time I'm just in it, you know. This incredible data is gonna make me rich. What are you looking at? Where did you get that data you're holding? Some strange waves appeared all of a sudden. Carefully, I looked inside and saw a world I'd never seen before. It's called the net. The net? So I thought to myself, if I brought things from the net world to this one, I could sell them for a handsome profit. That's stealing. Silence. If you have a problem with that, prepare to be crushed. Here it comes, Geo. Oh, 3 of them. Okay, but they're only 200. Probably because you can technically do this fight whenever, right? Like, if you know about it, you can kind of do it whenever. Because all you need is, like, the game or whatever to, like, activate it. So, shouldn't be too hard. Missed. Yeah, that was pretty easy. All right, we won. Let's go bring this back to that guy. Easy. Yeah. Like I said, it's supposed to be doable at any stage in the game. Ah, I was hoping for 2 Sonya cards. Oh well. I wonder how much damage this does. Let's find out. So it does 60 damage on both sides. When it's just the boom boxes, they each do 60 damage on the sides. It's not critical that I know this stuff, but it's just interesting to me, and it's something that could be helpful in the future. Anyway. Okay, so let's head back to the doghouse, I guess. This is actually the faster way to get to the doghouse. Because from the, it takes a while to get to the doghouse if you go from Echo Ridge for some reason. Like, it just does take a little, like, longer to get to the doghouse if you go from the Echo Ridge, Polson spot. Get rid of 2 of them. There we go. I know a guy who's good at coding. In the future, I might ask him to make me a randomizer mod for this game. That might be kind of hard, but yeah, I don't know. I honestly wouldn't know how hard that is to do. I have not looked into that kind of thing. I know that people have like translated stuff, Um, so, you know, there's some precedent with messing around with, like, DS files and, like, stuff, obviously. Okay. Hey, can you hear me? I got your data back. Really? What a relief. So am I supposed to get this to you? I don't know. Oh, wait a sec. I'm gonna try jumping through to you. Yeah, I guess. You would also probably want to randomize whatever cards you get from them as well. Would you leave the boss counters the same? Boss encounters the same, or would you randomize them? And if so, would you randomize them with normal enemies or just like enemy? So basically, would you randomize them as any type of enemy, or would you randomize them to be any of the bosses? And would you no idea? Yeah, okay. There's a lot of things that you could mess around with, like if you were gonna actually randomize this. Ha! Where am I? You look like me. Oh no! The timelines are collapsing. You can't cross the streams. The wave pool is collapsing. Sorry, but I gotta hurry. MegaMan gave mystery data to MegaMan. Thank you. Here's something for helping us. A little something to show our thanks. MegaMan got the Mega Weapon Battle Network Blaster. Thanks. By the way, who are you? Me? I'm MegaMan. I'm Lon Hikari's Navi. What? MegaMan? MegaMan. I guess there are others out there with the same name as me, huh? Equip this buster a minute. Actually, yes, the space-time continuum was getting fractured. Legendary Hero's Rapid Fire Weapon. Oh, yeah. I mean, level 5 rapid attack. Great job, Gio. Actually, that's not... I don't know. I'll try it out. Let's try it out. Till we get something else, I guess. But yeah, I think we're actually done with this in-game day. Unless we want to go and do more side quests for NPCs, but I don't really want to right now. So I'm just gonna head to bed Friday. They were planning on doing something actually in the second game as well with MegaMan Battle Network, because there's unused assets that people have found of like his face and stuff, but I guess they just never did anything with it, so. Oh, I should save a minute. No, it'll prompt me to save once I go to bed. It's fine. Save complete. I ate too much pizza. Do you want to try going to school again? And I was thinking about casting you. For our class play, of course. Can't sleep. You ever want to talk? You know where I am. I hope I'll see you again. Ah. Can't sleep. Keep thinking about school. Favorite food? Pizza. Because you can do it up in a lot of different ways. You can find a new you too, Geo. Let's both work hard at it. A new me. I know. I finally get it, Sonya. I can't go on like this. I have to change. Dad, I've decided I want to move forward with my life. I'm going to try to go to school. A few days later. Well, I told the school you're going again. But Gio, are you really ready? I'm okay, Mom. You don't need to worry. Alright, I'm off. Be careful, okay? Bye, Gio. Orange chicken. Tier list of places Yeah, orange chicken is pretty good. I do like, I'm also a huge fan of rice. Just rice in general. I like it a lot. I like that you can do so much with it. And I just like eating it. And I like that it's filling and cheap. It's basically, the East version of the potato, right? Because you can do so much with it, and it's grown so much, and like everything. Like how in the West, people have potatoes, where they can do a lot of. You can make a potato a lot of different ways and everything. It's basically like that. I see you're going to listen to me. That's good. Attendance will be important. Now, welcome back to school, Gio. You'd better appreciate my kindness. And before you go to our classroom, potato is tumor of life. You don't like potatoes? You should say good morning to our teacher. He's always in front of the teacher's room. You like them? Okay. You just think they look weird? I want to find... I have to keep an eye out for the vendor for this area, because I want to buy the HP ups from him. Oh, Gio. Your mother told us you were coming back. I'd really hoped you would. So I hope you'll find school fun. Well, class is going to start soon. The class is 5A on the second floor. Okay, so... Man, okay, there's a bunch here. Okay, so there's a... item there. You know what, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm sure we'll have to run around here as MegaMan eventually. I think I remember what the next boss is, actually. I think I remember. I don't know if I got much past this point when I played it by myself. So, starting to get a little fuzzy on details. Plus, at this point, I played all of the second game, and like the first part of the third game and the first game. So sometimes they kind of like blend together a little bit, to be honest, just cause. Anyway, the next boss puzzle obtained? Okay. Good to know. Oh, 5A, he said. I wonder what my classmates are like. I really hope they aren't all like the Prez. And yes, I know that the green-haired guy is the next boss. It's pretty obvious. I'm so nervous. I don't remember his boss fight though. So, I don't know, maybe I'd stop before I got to his boss fight? Like I said, memories are starting to get... Oh. No stylus, it's just annoying. I'll take no stylus over being, like, the bull butt thing again. Now I have some good news for you kids. I'd like you all to meet your new classmate. Come on in. This is Geostellar. He's coming back to school starting today. I hope you all make him feel welcome. Well, Geo, why don't you say hi? Hi, I'm Geostellar. Nice to meet everyone. Yo, nice to meet ya. Yeah. Mr. Shepard. Yes, Luna. Crap, I forgot to change. Well, nobody would see him. They'd just be like, he'd just be like, hey, Geo, come on in here. Geo. Plus, in this game, no, I think it's on all the games. You only get to walk on the wave road. Very rarely does Mega Man ever touch down on solid ground, only for cutscenes. I have some news for everyone, too. Geo is going to play a part in our play for the school event. Yes, that part. That part? Do you really think... Is the part I'm playing really that important? Alright now, settle down. You can all talk about the play during afternoon practice. No, only the first game you can't walk on the ground? Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's only the first game that you don't walk around on the ground. Because in the next... Yeah, in the future games, it's more of like an extension of everywhere else rather than being above everything. Yeah, that's right. Right now, we've got to find Geo a seat. Back left. Eh. Okay. Right next to the green-haired person. Why don't you go sit at that empty desk? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Geo. Oh, hey, Pat. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you again. I'm not really sure what to do with Pat's voice. I don't know. He hasn't given off like a lot of personality yet, or anything like that. Like his design doesn't scream anything to me other than, oh, it's one of those guys who could be a girl. Why do classrooms have two doors? I don't know. You see that a lot in like every depiction of a Japanese schoolhouse or like high school or whatever, at least. So I'm guessing it's just the style of classroom that they have in Japan, where they always have two doors. Yeah, same here. No, then. Neither did I. I live in America, so. Like I said, it might be just like a Japan thing. Let's start first period. Mr. Shepard, please tell us an interesting story first. Bud. Didn't I just spend a whole day telling you kids stories yesterday? Scary ones at that. But Gio's here today, so I guess I can make an exception. Alright, close your books, everyone. Yeah! Yes! Huh? Close our books? Mr. Shepard's classes are different. We hardly ever use our books, and instead he tells us interesting stories. Wow. Mr. Shepard likes to say it's not good for kids to grow up only knowing how to study. Okay, I'll tell you a story about brother bands. You all know what a brother band is, right? Or in other words, no matter how advanced we get, we must never forget the importance of relationships. Yeah, we should probably not forget that these days either. Yeah? Did he in personality or in like appearance? And that's the hope the brother band represents. Ah, good timing. Well, that's the end of my story. Personality, yeah. Now go have some fun on your break. So, this is what a class is like. Interesting. Interesting stuff. If I'd known it was this much fun, I'd drag you here earlier. Never thought you'd find it interesting. Oh yeah, guess I should say hi to all my classmates. In the anime, Mega hates school. Yeah, honestly, that makes more sense. Because it means just sitting there and listening for a long time. I don't know, Mega is a lot more, like, supportive and stuff in this, game than I remember him being in the second game. Like, he's no idiot. I don't know. Maybe it's just, like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe by the second game he's gotten over, like, the novelty of everything and he's just ready to, like, kind of hang out and beat things up and, like, help Geo out or whatever. I don't know. He kind of, like, doesn't have a lot of character growth after the first game. I don't know. Oops. Finally, everyone is here. This is a great gift to the school. From me, the president of this class. Try to make friends with everyone soon. Oh yeah, the Luna folder. I don't understand. Oh, okay. Yeah, the only thing you do with the extra folders that they give you is, hey, well, honestly, the only thing I do with them is that I just take out all the good cards and put them into my main folder. I never really use more than one folder. I guess maybe you could make a case for, like, saying, hey, here's your mob folder and your boss folder. But, like, really, I never feel the need to make a whole separate folder for that. I don't know. Plus, I don't remember if you can... I think you can only put, like, if you have one copy of a card, it can only be in one folder at a time, if I remember right. So, you'd need more... Yeah. Yeah, I don't get the folders either. Also, what's the point of this extra folder? You just have it for a while, and you can't do anything with it. It's so weird. I don't know, maybe it's for something, but like... Whatever. Hi, Gio. Looks like our school is going to get more interesting. I really don't know what to do with this voice. I always played dodgeball at recess. How about it, Gio? Want to be on my team? Hi, Gio. Hope we can be friends. Oop. So which satellite are you registered with? I'm registered with Pegasus. What about you, Gio? Do you know about the study wave? They're going to introduce it at our school soon. It seems just by switching it on, its waves can help people study better. And then, afternoon classes started. We have our rehearsal this afternoon, so everyone hurry up and get ready, and meet up in the gym. Play rehearsal in the gym? Jeez, this is tiring. Yes. See, that seems more like him. Like, man, I gotta watch these kids, like, do their thing or whatever. Whatever. Let's pick up where we left off yesterday. We're going to rehearse without costumes today. Here we go. Scene 35. Mega Man appears. Action! Hold it right there, Cowman. Who are you? Bud is Cowman, and Pat is Mega Man. So that's who's playing who. Whenever people cry for help, I will appear. I am Mega Man, the Blue Bomber. Hey! Oh, that's an old school reference. His nickname is the Blue Bomber. Mega Man's anyway. That sounds nothing like the real me. Your face is bright red, you. Cut! Bud, that was awful. You've got to be more monster-like. But I'm a person. And... Zack, up in the lighting area. Your timing is off. You're too fast. She's so nitpicky. I was just thinking, what? Isn't Mega Man a little too cool? Do you have a problem with my glorious script? I mean, whenever people cry for help, I will appear? I don't think even Mega Man has that much free time. No, he will always appear. I just know it. She sure has a lot of faith in you, Gio. Oh yeah, speaking of your script, what am I doing? That's right. I almost forgot. Your part is... I knew you'd be perfect. This is the important role? The one they needed me to do? I think she figures it out after she has her boss fight and everything, which I think is actually after him, if I remember right. I know, you would remember more than me. I've been tricked! Yeah, I know. I know you know. I know that you know that she doesn't know yet, but she will know after the boss fight, which I know you know. You know? Okay, that's a wrap. We have practice again tomorrow, so be prepared. No, you don't know? Well, the more you know, I guess. Took my joke. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we both had the same idea for a joke. So I'm really not sure why the dog house is the thing that you pulse in to, like, do Mega Man, and not this mailbox. Because look, this is a retro-style replica of a mailbox, the kind that were used around 200 years ago. You would think that this is where you would, like, have Mega Man appear, right? Anyway. I don't know, it just seems an odd... Like, they could have done that, but they didn't, and I'm not sure why they didn't. I think my audio is peaking a little bit, so I moved the mic away a little bit more from my face. Okay. What are we doing? That was enough for fun for one day. Let's... Okay. I don't want to do any side quests, so just gonna hit the sack. I don't know if we probably can't do Sonya again and get a new card from her yet, because if we can't get Bullbutt's card again yet, like his next version up, we definitely can't get Sonya's. And I already kind of looked around the school. We'll have to look around there more during the next, like, boss thing or whatever. Meanwhile, at school. So, I'm just gonna... The double wife... Oh. I forgot to read what he said there. I thought it would just let me read. Auto scroll. Okay. Mr. Shepard. Principal Load. Or Loud? I don't know. I'll go with Load, because I think it's funnier. I'd like to have a word with you. Please follow me. Yes, sir. So, what is it you'd like to talk about? Skinner, yeah. Your classes are, as usual, not in line with this school's curriculum. I have warned you several times now. If I may say something, Principal Load, I wholeheartedly disagree with the school's curriculum. I'm sure you're well aware, Mr. Shepard, of what my goals were when was made principal. I want to turn this school into one of the best. If I did that, enrollment would go up, and then we could raise the tuition fee as well. Are you saying there's a problem here? I think studying is important, but there are many things that are equally as important. Raising a bunch of people who know only how to study isn't going to do anyone any good. You speak of ideals, but if the students' grades can't compete with their peers, they may transfer to another school. Am I wrong? Oh yes, speaking of curriculum, you were also against the use of this. Oh, I remember. Okay. Yeah, I think I remember what the puzzle is. I think I quit somewhere around the boss fight. This next boss fight or somewhere around there. The study wave. Yes, this is my trump card. This will allow me to turn this school into something much better. The study wave transmissions connects it with all the classrooms, and the ways it broadcasts induces brain activity in each and every student. Every class except yours, of course, has yielded favorable results. School should be about people learning from other people, not machines. And who knows what bad effect the waves from the study wave may have on the human body. Yeah, no kidding. Like, I would not be comfortable with this kind of thing. Use the waves in the prescribed amount and everything will be fine. Listen, I want you to use the study wave in your classroom effective immediately. If you do not, it will be your neck. There are many other qualified teachers. You wouldn't you need money to survive, don't you? Can the study wave can be considered a drug? I don't know. I think it's probably like again, it's just sci-fi stuff, like sci-fi shenanigans, but I would guess it would be like some sort of frequency that's supposed to stimulate the mind, which could have very negative side effects if it hasn't been tested thoroughly, you know? Cuz presumably the brain is a complex thing that even current medical science doesn't understand nearly as well as it should be for people to go messing around with it at all. So, whatever the brain works the way it does for a specific reason, and if you start messing around with it, you're gonna start seeing very negative results. You need money to survive, don't you? That is the reality. So give up on your foolish ideals and deal with it. I don't know if it would be necessarily considered a drug, but it's definitely dangerous to mess around with this kind of stuff. Of course, this is just sci-fi stuff, so you know. I can't. I'd rather be fired than to teach classes aimed at raising test grades. But if I got fired. Daddy! Oh, that's right. He's got like 6 or 7 kids, doesn't he? I remember that now. Oh no. Daddy, come play with us. What will happen to my kids? Where will I get the money to raise them? I have a duty as a father. But, Mr. Shepard, those kids are like my own. I don't want to raise kids who can't do anything except study. Ah! What am I supposed to do? What a dilemma, I'd say. Who's there? What away your dilemma on my balance? What are you? It doesn't really matter who I am. Isn't your problem much more important? How did you know I was having problems? I can see through a lot of things. Oh, yes, I'm in a real pickle. Should I go with my ideals? Or be more realistic? You don't even need to weigh that one. The answer is obvious. You should pick what's most stable for you and stick with the people in charge. But look at it this way. Haven't you been kinda unhappy at this school? That's... What is with that guy? Things more important than textbooks. Ah, our job is to teach what's in the books. Isn't he only trying to be hip with the kids? Mm. Feel like the other teachers give you the cold shoulder, don't you? How do you know about that? It's the fate of all idealists. What should I do? I think you have an earth saying that goes, the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. Sounds like what's happening what's hap that's what's happening, no? It's a smart way of doing things, I'd say. Next morning, I've heard that one. The the squeaky wheel gets the grease. The hammer that sticks out gets hammered down. That kind of stuff. Basically, the one that sticks out or complains the most is the one that ends up attracting attention and getting uh, the problem fixed, whatever that means. Okay, better get to school now. Like, I've never heard anyone actually use it, but I know it's a thing. Like, I've read books and stuff and like other media where that's actually like a thing. So you're late, Geo. Hurry up and sit down. Huh? Oh, okay. Least favorite boss. I think his conflict was well written though. Like the thing of like of where he doesn't want to like just teach the kids how to study, but at the same time he's got to support his own kids. Like his struggle is pretty well written, especially for these games or like this kind of game where often adults like they're written poorly or there are no good adults. Kind of like the what is it? The Baudelaire's no series of unfortunate events where literally all the adults are incompetent. And even the good ones aren't competent enough to like actually do good things, or they always are ending up losing. You know, and like the kids are the only competent ones. That's odd. It's not like the bell's rung yet. Now, let's start math class. What? But the bell hasn't rung yet. There will be no talking in class. Huh? Oh, sorry. Much better. Also, starting today, we will be using the study wave. Why all of a sudden? Is there a problem? No. Mr. Shepard is acting kind of funny today. Are you ready? The study wave is now on the air. Hey! Math tables are pouring into my head. Yes, it would seem so. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2, 1 times 3 is 3. 3 times 3 is 9, 3 times 4 is 12, 3 times 5 is 15. This doesn't feel good at all. More like it's forcing its way into my head. Hey, Geo, put on your visualizer for a sec. Okay. Here we go. There's something weird floating above everyone's heads. Is that the study wave? It's not a very pleasant wave, is it? Huh? What do you mean? I don't think they're good for the human body. Nine times 8 is 72. 9 times 9 is 81. What a terrible and quiet class we had today. All because of that study wave. It's totally different from yesterday. This is boring. Who was that? Sorry, audio speaking when I yell, isn't it? You think it's boring? Listen, classes do not need to be fun. Grades are what's important. You must raise your test scores and grades. Higher, 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 higher! Higher, higher, higher! Ah! Mr. Shepard! Who is that? He's here. I have changed. I have no need for ideals. It became crystal clear to me last night what is really important. Study wave, continue your broadcast. Questions keep coming. They're flooding my brain. I'm going dizzy from all the numbers. Watashi wa Luna, Watashi wa Luna, Watashi wa Luna. I'm losing. Domo arigato, domo arigato, domo arigato. Mr. Roboto. Myself. Help, someone. Hey, I understand. I won't waver from my path. Listen, my children, and you shall hear. Hey, Geo, snap out of it. The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. He's lost himself completely. That weird wave's got him. Guess I've got no choice. Geo, if you can hear me, clench your teeth. Left jab. Ow! Ow. Huh? What am I doing here? Why does my cheek hurt? You back to being you? Mega, do you have something to do with my face? No time for that. You gotta go get that guy from before. That was Libra, the FME in balance. Do I have to do this? Is there anyone else? Besides, you're a hero, aren't you? I can't believe even you're saying that. Why are you talking to yourself? Huh? Papat! What a mess. What happened to the teach? Are you okay? Yeah. Weird, huh? Yeah, but I'm glad you're okay. Looks like everyone's in danger. You gotta hurry and stop those study wave. But how? Spoilers. That would be spoiler territory, Plague Life. Study wave controls are in the studio. The teach probably went there too. Studio. Okay, got it. Good thing I was gonna say I might have to come as MegaMan. Mr. Shepard. Well, well, a bad kid running from class, I see. Why are you doing this to us all of a sudden? There's nothing to explain to you. It's a grown-up's problem. Like Mega Head Geo, but out of it, but I don't know if the character would knock him out. Yeah, I don't know. Plot, 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 plot. It's supposed to let you know that something's off with Pat if you're not picking up on the signals that they're throwing pretty early on anyway. I mean, for one, he's got a unique character sprite, so you know he's going to be a main character of some kind. All I can say is, I will make this a top-ranked school. That is all. Then the things you said before were all lies? What happened to... There are other things important outside of school and books. That... Get a grip. You're losing the precious balance you had. You don't need to worry. By the way, Geo, how is it that you can move about freely? Oh, I get it. The study wave isn't on strong enough. In that case... I'll have to pump it up. And this time, I'll control it from in here. Ah, they went inside the comp. Then we gotta pulse in. Put on your visualizers, Geo. Aren't any wave holes here. We're gonna have to pulse in from somewhere else. Let's get out of here and look for a wave hole. Is there one in class? That'd be funny. There is. Nice. Hey guys, I'm just gonna walk back here. Don't mind me. I'm gonna just hide back here. What in the world? Mr. Shepard's never violent like that. And I saw an EM wave I've never seen before above his head. Could that wave made him do that? Hey! More HP. Uh-oh. Yeesh. Plot. This game doesn't have a lot of downtime, like between plot, unless you go looking for it. Like, unless you go and do the side quests and stuff by yourself, and like, do the optional bosses for the cards. I guess, I was gonna say, the game doesn't really tell you about the optional bosses, but I guess they kind of do with the, first one, the Bulba guy, and then you gotta kind of figure out where the rest are by yourself, unless you look it up. Cloud Shot, eh? I don't remember what that one does. You know... What now? Pat wasn't in the classroom. Oh, that's true. I didn't notice that. What if something happened to him? You can think about it all you want, but you can't do a thing about him right now. Yeah. I mean, it's just all story, unless you, like, want to go and look for, like, some side quests to do and stuff. I don't remember, and, like, in this game, the side quests aren't too deep. It's usually, like, hey, go into that other person's comp and tell me about them, or, hey, I need a card, or stuff like that. In the second game, it wasn't much better, honestly, with the side story stuff, except for a couple of them. Like, there are a couple that were, like, more in-depth, but usually it was more of the same stuff. I'm not sure about the third game. We've got to focus on being Libra first. I'm guessing that it was pretty much the same. Yeah, the side quests in these games have never been too in depth or anything. Mostly you're here for the story, and then some optional boss fights and stuff. Oh, hey, my ball is stuck in a freaking tree. The only thing I've ever gotten stuck in a tree before is one of those RC planes. I got it for like 10 minutes, and then the first thing I did was get it stuck in a like 20-foot pine tree. So that was fun. I never had one since. We gotta focus on being Libra first. Yeah. Do you really think you can? That voice. It's that guy from before. We got our hands full with Libra, and now we gotta deal with him? Hey, what's your deal, punk? You working for Libra? You won't get away this time. Here he comes. Get ready, Geo. Geo? I can't win because I lost last time. Don't be stupid, kid. But what about your friends? I'm not a hero. I don't want to get hurt. I hate pain. Are you done? Ah, take this. Ah, not good. It hurts so much. I can't take much more. I'm gonna faint. Pain is painful. Go figure. Where am I? Oh, I get it. The guy must have sent me here. Hey, you're not that far gone. Is it supposed to be this empty? Geo. Dragon. Yep. After coming all this way, are you giving up? That shadow. It's that guy from before. You are not this weak. Of this we are sure. You keep talking about my power, but what in the world can I do about anything? Will you truly give up here? Can you not hear them? The voices that cry out for you. Voices? Help. Huh? Help. Help. Help us, MegaMan. Luna. Stop! Please don't put me in any more danger. I'm not that strong. I'm not a hero. I'm just an ordinary, weak elementary kid. So... That child believes in you. She will believe until the bitter end. I ask once more. Jill, will you give up here? I want to protect... That girl believes in me. I want to protect her. Finally, the final... the main music theme. Finally, those words pass your lips. If you can fight for someone important to you, your strength becomes unrivaled. That is the mark of a human. Fighting for someone? Preparations are complete. The power of the stars, the Starforce, is now accessible to you. My body. Anime transformation sequence time. What's happening? Where is that power coming from? I'll protect her. Ugh, just watch me. Impossible. Ah. Whoa. This is the Starforce. With this, I can beat him. Interesting. This time, I won't lose. No, it's not. We got way more forwards in the next two games. Before you use the Starforce medal, allow me to explain. While you're transformed, the number of cards you may pick increases. No longer are you limited to cards in the same column, but you may now pick at the same row. And your charge shot will become a wide attack, sending leaves down 3 columns, in the shape of a spear. It's a tactic called Woody Shot. Lastly, the Starforce Big Bang, or SFB. Starforce Big Bang? It's a powerful attack which utilizes the power of my satellite. To use the SFB, you must first perform a counter. The bonus card which comes from that will change into an SFB battle card as long as you continue to be in your Starforce form. All you must do is press the A button, and the SFB will fire down upon your enemies. The SFB is a ferocious power, and you should try to obtain it, but only when it is possible. Use it wisely, and it will be a great asset. Remember what I have said. Now, focus on the enemy before you. Got it. Okay, well, let's go. Now that I have this form, I should focus on getting some more leaf-based cards into my deck. Okay, so let's throw this. Yeah, let's just grab everything. They took everything? I took everything. Yeah, the crossover cards are kind of broken. Not gonna lie, they're kind of broken. Like, that was one of the crossover cards there, and that isn't even the strongest version of that card. So yeah, they kind of OP. That's why I didn't want to give them to myself, because I knew I would end up using them because it's just like too good not to use. So I'll wait until like we're towards the end, like before the final boss or something, just like the last couple dungeons maybe. Like once we start getting regular like type 3 cards and stuff, then I will start using them, I guess, and give them to myself. But until then, I'm not gonna give them to myself because yeah, they just a little bit broken. But yeah. Okay, so I should pick up, I guess, just everything I can. Let's just, yeah, do this. Okay, whatever. I think I get knocked out of this, if I'm hit with a... fire type move, if I remember right. Counter? I'm thinking that. He's a little hard to counter, actually, but I will do my best. Oh. Well, that might have been a counter, but it deleted him, so who knows. Delete this! Ugh. I'll get you back for this. Got away. The Starforce. What a power. With this, we can beat anyone. Yeah. This is also all thanks to her. Thanks, Luna. I got stronger because of you. Now it's my turn. I'll protect you. Count on it. Okay. Now to head for the studio. So, I didn't actually remember that this was, like, a thing with Luna. So, like, I guess this is a point in Luna's favor in terms of best girl points, but I still... Everything else about her, like, cancels this out pretty much. That voice. MegaMan? Like, this is a big point in her favor in terms of best girl status, but, like, there's so much else about her that just... Eh. Oh, this is probably explaining more about the... Yeah, okay. Okay, hold on, let me read that again. Okay, so... If you choose the Starforce card you put into your folder from the custom screen, you will instantly be changed to the Green Dragon Men of MegaMan. If you have a brother who's registered on a satellite other than Dragon, you can choose to use that Starforce. Okay. So I will, okay. If you choose your folder from the custom screen, you will instantly be changed into, okay. How do I do that? What? Why the heck do I have 99 of these? Game be glitching. I don't... What? What? Why? I don't understand. Whatever. It's not like... It doesn't even matter because I can't use more than 3 of them. I can't use more than 1 of these anyway. I don't know. Okay, anyway. Whatever. Gonna make a sandwich? Okay. When you get back, let me know what kind of sandwich. I like sandwiches too, so let me know what kind of sandwich. I finally get a piece of mail, and there's no one here. I've been tricked. What is this? Okay, I think I gotta head down this way. Come on. Ooh. Ice Pegasus, Fire Leo, or Green Dragon. Let's try Fire Leo a minute. Cool, I guess the battle cards are kind of worthy. Like, the brother thing is kind of working, because I got to use Fire Leo. I don't know. Question mark? I don't understand how this works still. I still don't understand. Okay. It seems to be working fine enough. Even though it seems to be somehow messing with my, the amount of cards I have for some of them. But again, it doesn't matter because I can only use 3 max anyway. So, like, the only thing I can do with 99 cards is literally what I did last time, which was just stand at the trade-in thing and spam A for like 10 minutes and just trade them all in for like a bunch of random cards. That's like the only thing I can do with like 99 of those cards. And like usually the ones you get out of that aren't even that good. Anyway. Okay. Sonya. Yeah. Oh, nice. That attack pierces enemies too, and it has a stun effect. Man, Sonya's card really is one of the best ones. Best girl with one of the best cards. From what I remember, from the second game at least, Luna's card is okay. Like, it's got that poison effect to it, but it's not as good as Sonya's. Okay, so... just a little maze here a minute. Oh my gosh. What is that? Holy cow. That's the Battle Network Buster. It's like a machine gun. Whoa. Okay. I was kind of iffy on it, but like after seeing that, yeah, that could be fun. Holy cow. That thing fires so fast. It's awesome. Okay. Back? Okay. What kind of sandwich did it make? I need to know. This is important. Turkey and cheese? Okay. What kind of cheese? Just like American? Oh gosh dang it. You too. Cheddar? That's a good choice. Turkey and cheddar is a good choice. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Can I get out of it, like, by switching cards? Nope, even switching cards doesn't help. Oh my gosh, I got out of it because of that block. Holy cow. Because he hit the block instead. Yeah, you were right, those enemies are not fun at all. They probably reduced the amount of stun they do in the second game. I don't know. Yeah, that would have been rest in peace if it wasn't for my obscenely high HP at this point in the game because of the brother bands that I have and the fact that that block blocked one of their shots. Mr. Shepard's back there somewhere. Time to hit the books. Oh, that's right. Isn't this puzzle like math related or whatever? Like you have to like be good at math or whatever. 10. Yeah. I can do basic math problems. And like stuff like that. But yeah, I can see why this would be annoying. Oops. Nice one, kid. I do pretty well in school. In high school, I was a like an A/B student. Now in college, I am a like B student, pretty much. But yeah, I'll be fine. Watch this just obliterate or like freeze all of them. The crossover cards are just so good. They're just so good, and like nobody gets to use them in without hacking if you're not in Japan. And even if you're in Japan, probably the event is probably ended for unlocking it, so you probably have to hack it in anyway. Anyway, but yeah, those cards are really good. So don't want to. 4. 3 strikes and you're out. 7. Bad. That's 5. Also, my reading comprehension, which is basically how fast I can read, is pretty high too. Because I don't read as much as I used to anymore, like traditional media. But I used to read a lot of books and stuff. Like I was really into reading for a long time, so my reading comprehension is pretty high too. So I can read pretty fast. Not trying to flex, just yeah, I'll be fine. Ah. By the way, Plague, did you see how fast this Buster shoots? The Battle Network Buster? It shoots insanely fast. I'll have to show it off here a minute before I delete these guys with 2 boss cards. Here, check this out. Look how fast this thing shoots. It's so crazy. It's nuts. Okay, I'm just gonna let Heart Note do its thing and then... Is he gonna move, or... I don't actually know what that guy's attack pattern is, so... Oh, okay. So I gotta wait for... There we go. Those two in the back are vulnerable now. Hey, counter it. I gotta do one more of those batches of... let's go with Ice Pegasus. Why not? That's the only one we haven't done yet. And Huh. Okay. In future, I guess I'll just do based off what cards I have. Which one, it just boggles the mind. Man, if that had 2 attacks, like, it would just be 2 or 3 attack on it, it would be so amazing. It's still really good for an early buster, that you can get it way early on. But, honestly, I think the one I picked up in school is better, because the charge shot blinds people, or it has a chance to anyway. I don't think it works too well on bosses, because bosses tend to have a resistance to that kind of thing. But, yeah. Oh, come on. That should have hit. Anyway, also, it has like a 3 attack and like 2 recharge, so it shoots fairly fast. I don't know. Hold on to the Battle Network one for now, I guess. Just because it's a lot of fun to use right now. Okay, so... Where's this other... Yeah, the thing does 100 damage to all the squares and 150 damage to the back squares. Did a lot of damage. Okay, this must be the other one. Right? Or did I do this one already? Only a little bit. Just a bit. You know, just a tiny amount of broken. For dinner. And now the same questions are repeating over and over again, so whatever. It's yellow. Although you're never supposed to look at the sun, so who can say for certain? Nice one, kid. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna stop saying that because he's just gonna say that every time. Oh, hey. We got his signature one. Let's use it on you. Okay. Hey, that's a good chunk of change. Now, if only I had a vendor to actually spend it at. Was that all of them? Yep, okay. How are we doing on HP? Next time there's a heal card, I'll have to take it. Yeah, actually, this one is all the colors. All of them. Because it's white, pretty much. Because it's late. Let's just... Okay, so we have a fire one, an electric one. Let's just go fire Leo to improve the attack power of this fire ring. Plus, this way, if I get hit by that one guy, I won't get... Ooh, that's neat. That's right, we have the charge shot for all of them, too. Hey, I'll take those. Ah, right now the only thing worth buying from the vendors for me is more HP or better HP restoring paddle cards. Because I have the 80s right now. Um, I think the one above that is 120 though, so it'll be a bit before they sell that. And then after that is 150 if I remember right. And that's the last one. You see, the light is made up of many colors, and out of all those colors, red is the one that travels the farthest. Like I asked, know-it-all. Sorry, Kingdom Hearts reference. To a game that very few Kingdom Hearts fans have actually played. 358 over 2 days. It was one of the ones on the DS, so... Honestly, as a game, it's pretty grindy and stuff, but, it was my first Kingdom Hearts game, so I have a soft spot in my heart for it. I also think it's kind of funny because the guy who says that, his whole gimmick is the fact that he's like fire-based, like his attacks are fire-based. That's not his whole gimmick, but his gimmick for like attacks and stuff is that he's fire-based. So the fact that he says that red goes the farthest means he will go the farthest, and he actually will, because out of all the characters, like all the main like protagonist characters in that game, shoot. Yeah, I was worried about that actually. He is the only one who actually like survives. And like they bring back the other characters later, but he is the only one who actually survives, so he goes the farthest out of the three of them. Barrier 100. Barrier 100? Oh, a better barrier. Gotcha. You know what? Let me change out this for this, and then invisible for something else. Reach enemy for edge of screen, shock adjacent. Okay. Is that better than Thunderball? I can aim it better than Thunderball. Thunderball just kind of does whatever. It's not gonna let me do this, is it? Please don't let me do this. It did. It did. Oh no. Wait. Okay, okay. Okay. So it's still counting it as a Giga card? Question mark? I don't know. Whatever. What else? I gotta set one of these as one of my favorite cards. I feel like Plus Cannon. Hey Coil, how's it going? I should get rid of Plasma Gun. I have too many. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Coil, did you get up before noon today? Now you must play Sneak King. Oh. Trying to get him to play that other game. What was I doing? Oh. Do I have Fire Ring as one of my favorites? Yeah, that's fine. What can I... Okay, so I can switch out one of the sync hooks for something else. But I don't think I have Actually, let me... You did get up before noon. Congratulations. Congratulations. You did it. Do I not have any water ones? Maybe we should have some water ones for that other thing. Ah, gotcha. Well, you know what time I stream, though. I stream, like, the same time most days. Sunday is the only day that's different. Sneaking? Okay, have fun. I'm just messing around with cards here, trying to figure out what I want to change out for stuff. Especially now that I have, yeah, I know. Kind of the same pretty much for me too, honestly. Yeah, I guess. Well, you know what they say. Hindsight is 20/20. Let's see. What did you miss? I'm caught up back to where I was. We did the MegaMan thing, the Battle Network thing. We had our teacher get overtaken. Actually, the teacher conflict was pretty well written here, where he didn't want to teach the kids just how to, like, study. He wanted to teach them actually useful things. But then, like, the school was like, hey, or, like, the administration was like, hey, you have to actually teach them what's in the curriculum. And they're like, if you don't, it's your neck on the line. And he's like, oh, I got 6 or 7 kids at home. I don't want to, like, I can't let them down, but I also don't want to, like, you know, give up on my principles or whatever, you know. And so he kind of had this conflict thing going about that. There is? Okay. That's fun. I mean, Plague Life. Search up pencil sharpening speedrun. It's a thing. There's an IRL category for a specific game that is just a simulation of sharpening pencils, because somebody thought it was funny, and now it's a thing. So now he's yeah. Got some small ant fans here. Are these better than this? I'll switch out these for this. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh no. What happened? I got really scared there for a second. That reminds me. Okay, I think that's good for messing around with stuff. I'm gonna save a minute. Yeah, that was scary. 15 minutes, 10 to 5. Actually, during my Pokemon Platinum playthrough, did I tell you this yet? Shoot, 12. Hold on, let me do this a minute. Oh, actually, I don't know this. 7? Yeah. You did ask me this one already. Winter. Okay, now they're just repeating. I told you? Okay. Nice one, kid. Okay. I said I was going to say that every time. Okay. So, yeah, he got taken over, because he was conflicted about that. We got the ability to transform into different forms when the card comes up. Seems like I got it kind of sorted out with the battle thing, so we could use all of them. Yeah, so we can use Fire, Ice Pegasus, Fire Leo, or Green Dragon. I think in this situation I'll use Fire Leo to power up these fire attacks. So yeah, we could use all three forms, which is cool, because that means it's working. Yeah. And then he's also, so there was also this thing called the study wave, which is supposed to like help students study, but basically what it does is crams information into their heads pretty much. And so he's turned that up to like not to 50, basically past where he should. So everybody's like having their brain basically attacked at this point, so we're trying to stop that right now. Oh, that's just one. Darn ball. 45. You know, if you keep asking the same questions, I'm gonna just know them. That's fine. These aren't the same questions as the first area, so I'm guessing they got harder and harder questions every time we go through. Oh, also we got Harp Note, or Sonya's battle card. And it's pretty good. Oh, okay. That's what that does. Oh, also, this is the Battle Network Blaster. Look how fast this thing shoots. It's insane. It's too bad it doesn't have too much damage behind it because of that, but it does absolutely insane amount of like shots per second. So. I tried to throw some more elemental. Well, I mean Sonya's best waifu, and Sonya is Harp Note, so same thing. Let's use Ice Pegasus because we got some water cards here. I tried to throw some more elemental cards in so I could attack weaknesses and stuff, and because the different forms empower different kinds of things. Actually, I think this dungeon is kind of made so that you can start using your hold on. 10? Yeah. Winter. 12. Yarn ball. It's just gonna be one, isn't it? No? Okay. Whoops. Because the dungeon itself has like groups of like electric enemies, water enemies, and fire enemies, which are the three elements in this game. And if you get hit by the element you're weak to, when you're in that form, you get knocked out of the form. So see, these are a group of fire enemies. How can I not? Oh, because I'm not in that form yet. Gotcha. Yeah, the Pegasus one changes us the least. Oh, I should use the Green Dragon one just so I can show that off to Foil. Because I have not... He hasn't seen it yet. And it's the one actually in the game. You get wings, though. You do get wings, but the color duration does not change much at all. I think that was all three of them. It doesn't actually tell you, unfortunately, in this dungeon. Okay. Yeah, there's 3 per area. Pretty much. I gotta start grabbing more health cards while we're in battle, so I don't have to use as many out of battle healing items. What you're... Yeah, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1692, right? Or is it 1792? something 92. Because there's that rhyme about Christopher Columbus and the ocean blue and sailing and all that. Yeah, something 92. So whichever one is 92, I'll just go with that one. And even if I fail, it only takes off like a little bit of health. I guess I could just pause the game if I need to like look it up, but I don't think I need to. It doesn't take off that much health. Alright, let's see. 0, isn't it? No, it's 10. No? Oh, okay. I'll figure it out. Uncle Bob, loves fish. What is the subject? No? Wait. 8. 14? I don't know. That one? What? I didn't even look. Okay. I don't know, you can just kind of tank the answers. Like, if you don't know the answer, you can just kind of tank them. Doesn't mean you have less HP, though. Oh, what's up, Coil? You got stream issues or something? Oh, by the way, speaking of stream issues, you remember that, like, terrible noise when I tried to hook up the, pass-through thing? Okay, yeah. It turns out that the solution to that may just be the order you put those things in. Like, you have to put in the larger TV and then the smaller TV first. So it may have just been the order I plugged them in, which is really dumb to me, but whatever. I haven't tested it yet, though, just because I don't need to yet. Yeah, I don't know why that's a thing, but anyway. So you need help to decide what to play. Do you have some options? Or do you just want some ideas? How did Portal go, by the way? I know, wasn't it Mike seemed interested in watching you play Portal. You have options? Okay. You have my attention. There we go. Started Portal yesterday, but you didn't finish it. I didn't think you would. I just was wondering how, like, if you felt good about playing it and, like, if chat seemed to like it and stuff. That's pretty much what I was asking. Yeah, you don't think it'll make a whole stream? Probably not. Portal is pretty much one stream, especially if you're trying to, like, do fun things like speedrunning it. It was kind of dull? Okay. I mean, that's fair. It's mostly just puzzles and stuff, right? So if you know the puzzles, then you get through it pretty quick, but then, like, what's the point? But if you, don't know the puzzles and you're not terribly good at the puzzles, then, like, it just, yeah, takes a while to get through them. So probably not another Portal stream. A, it wouldn't take up the whole stream, and B, it was kind of dull. So what are the options? Let me ask you this. Do you want to start, like... Hold on. Nope, it's not 8. Corn dog. 1 sec. That would be 15. Comes out from a brush. What? Is it 9? Nope. Doesn't belong. Toast? Danganronpa or Mario Galaxy or something else. Do you want to start like a longer game with like a lot of reading and stuff, or do you want to start like a game where there's more like action going on? I guess would be my question to you first. Like, do you feel like, yeah, you're up to reading it and stuff, or do you want to like do something longer? Because I mean, you could also, I don't know. I was gonna say you could also do like Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor, like you've been talking about wanting to play that recently. Like it seems like you really want to play that at some point. I don't know if you'd want to play it right now though. Like I said, it depends on like what you're in the mood for. Because if you're not playing the 3DS version, which I don't know if you have an emulator set up for 3DS, then you would have to read out. You'd probably want to read out most of the dialogue yourself. Like, or you could wait until you get a 3DS like emulator set up, because that version has voice acting for most of like the dialogue and stuff. So yeah, up to you. Or like, I guess. So like, I don't know if you would want to do it now or you would want to wait till later. You have a 3DS emulator, so yeah. Do you have the game? I guess you could get the game. It's like in what, 2 hours? So you could probably find the game before then and get it set up. I don't know if you can get it. How about this? If you can't get it set up or it doesn't work, then you play one of the other games. What other game would you? Why don't... Do you feel like doing Danganronpa? Like... Sure, go ahead and recommend it. I might have heard of it before, though. Why don't you... I don't know. I feel like either Danganronpa or Mario Galaxy would be fine. Like, you could always do the thing where, like, hey, if the 3DS thing doesn't work out, then you can fall back onto one of the other games, you know? Like, if you really want to play, Devil's Survivor. Miitopia? Yeah, I've heard of that. Miitopia. I don't know if that would make good content, though. I don't know. Like, you could just do the thing, Coil, where you, like, try and set up the 3DS thing, and then if it doesn't work, you play, Mario Galaxy or Danganronpa. Because there's always the chance, like, it just doesn't work, or, like, it takes up too much CPU, or whatever, you know? So then you could always fall back on one of the other two. I guess... I don't know. I would be fine seeing you play either, to be honest. I know... Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe try and set up the 3DS thing, and then if that doesn't work out, you could do Danganronpa or Mario Galaxy. At that point, like, you could ask chat or whatever. Because I would be fine with you watching you play either, so... I guess that's... I guess my answer is C. One of the above. I'm not feeling those, I gotta start grabbing some more health cards. Look at that health. That's not okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, because I know you've talked about, like, you really like the Devil Survivor game. Although I will say, one caution. Remember, even though you may be excited by that game, there's grinding in it. And I don't know, it won't be as bad as Pokemon, but I don't know if you're ready for another grindy game. Fire Emblem Three Houses? Not right now, is what I would say. Because remember, you just got off Pokemon, so any game that makes you, like... Because if you play Fire Emblem, unless that has a easy mode where people don't die, they die, and then that means you're going to restart over and over again the same scenarios. And while you can do that, it does. Okay. Yeah, I guess like yeah, it's up to you. Again, that would be a lot of reading. Like if doing a lot of reading right now doesn't sound like super fun, or like you're like, I don't really feel like getting into a long game, then I would suggest Super Mario Galaxy, because all of those other 3 games that are options right now are really long, right? Mario Galaxy is kind of long-ish, but it's not terribly long, and there's not a lot of reading, right? So, I guess it depends on what mood you're in, especially after, like, doing Pokemon and that huge grind at the end. I would just remind you that, the Devil Survivor game and the Fire Emblem game and stuff like that has grind to it, you know? Like, if you're like, oh my gosh, I can't do any more grinding right now, then I would definitely go with, like, Super Mario Galaxy and stuff. But if you're like, I can do that, it's fine. I like the game enough to, like, if the grind is worth it to you, then yeah, go ahead for it, but Pokemon, yeah. No, Pokemon does that to me too. Like, after a Pokemon game, I can't do another Pokemon game for, like, at least a month. Like, I just can't. It's just too much. That's like if I was ever to do a marathon of, like, a series. Like, if I ever wanted to do a marathon of a series, it would have to be something more action-based, like Halo, like playing through all the Halo games in a month or whatever, or like playing through all the Kingdom Hearts games in a month or something like that. Something that's more action-based, because I could just not do a game that's not do a game series that's really grindy. Although with Kingdom Hearts, it would probably have to be like 2 months or something. That game series can be kind of grindy, actually. Oh, I already did that one. Okay. There's one. Okay, so I did that one. Grab that. Grab those 2. Yeah. Okay. That's why, like, even though the last poll said, hey, I want you to do Pokemon, oh, really? That's how you're gonna play? Okay. I just was like, I can't do that. Like people had voted for Heart Gold Soul Silver, and I will definitely play Heart Gold Soul Silver at some point, but after doing Pokemon Platinum and, like, doing all that extra bonus content especially, I just, like, there was no way I could do that. Yeah, no, like, or at least no for now, right? You know, like... Oh, gosh. I'm not good with months. Which one was this? Did we ever figure it out? No, we didn't. Snakes? I don't know. Whatever. Toast. Yeah. Like, I probably couldn't go straight from this game to the next game, just because, you know, battles would feel kind of stale. But if I give myself, like, a month, I could come back and, like, be like, okay, this game is, you know, fun and having fun with it. But if, like, because the battle system for this series is also pretty similar. In fact, they reuse a lot of the enemies in later games that they make in the first game. Like, they always add more for each game to help spice up the variety and stuff, and they rebalance them sometimes. But oh, that's right, I was gonna. But, like, I probably could not go into the second one right after this, even though I like that one and I played that one more than the other 2. Oh, that's an option. I don't know. What do you think, Coyle? That's not a bad option at some point. Or, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much confidence you have in your Smash Bros. Chops. Probably enough to get through Subspace Emissary. But that is kind of a long thing. Like, Subspace Emissary isn't by no means, like, a short one either. Okay. Yeah, so there's another option. There's plenty of good options. I guess it just depends on what you're in the mood for. Okay, sorry. What are we doing? Oh, right, green dragon. Okay. I'm gonna add some more, air type ones, like the spear or something for the dragon. No, he's already set his price for that. If you want, that one, you're gonna have to... He's already set his price. Hey, wait. Coil, if I redeemed 15,000 frogs, would you play, Gummy Bears mini golf? If I use the switch to different game, you can make a suggestion that I may or may not follow. So that's a no, then. Oh, dude, we'd love to do some more like crossover stuff. Game Boy, what? Oh, Gummy Bears Mini Golf. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could just like emulate it. I'm sure it's somewhere on the internet. But yeah, we'd like to do some more stuff together, but like, I don't know. It's kind of hard because neither of us are huge PC gamers. Like Portal 2 is something we could do together at some point, like the multiplayer stuff for that. Like, have you even seen any of Coil streams? Yeah, Portal 2 would be fun. I don't know. Well, it's just because, like, Coil's not a, like, Xbox kind of, like, I have an Xbox, Coil does not. Neither of us are, like, huge PC gamers yet. Yeah, he's shown up before. I think I remember that. He's come over, like, when we raid and stuff. It's usually his idea to raid, by the way. Because I'm usually, like, I got like 2 people, and they're both viewers also of Coil streams, and one of them is Coil, so like I don't feel the need to go and raid you. But yeah. Oh gosh, dang it! What is this one? It's not 9. It's not 10. It's corn dog. 17. I don't know. 13. Yeah, I don't know. I just entered the command into stream chat from OBS. I don't know if it works correctly or not. Because the command is /raid and then the channel name, so. I think that was the last one, by the way, so. Hey, thanks for the heal, Sonya. What? Boo. How did that miss? Behold my machine gun. Big rigs off the road racing. Gosh. I think I've seen that before. That sounds vaguely familiar. Hey, you could do Truck Driver Simulator. The one that's just literally 3 or 4 hours of just driving a truck. uh... That's literally all it is. It's supposed to be a recreation of driving a truck, like one of those delivery trucks, down like a really long road, famously long flat road in like Texas or somewhere. I don't know. Actually, it's probably not at this point. What with the new Last of Us game coming out and everything. But shush. Oh hey, we're at 690 HP. Okay, 690 HP, boys. We've made it. We don't need to pick up any more HP cars. It's very nice. And who might you be? I'm MegaMan. Hey Libra. Well, if it isn't the traitor Omega Extus. You couldn't balance loyalty with treachery. Eh, it's no wonder I turned traitor, right? Well, seeing you balance water with fire isn't exactly bringing a smile to my face either. I think you know why I'm here. I came to find and destroy you. Don't underestimate us. Just because we just got new power, so bring it on! Right, Geo. We're going to put a stop to the study wave. Sorry, but I can't let you. If the kids' grades don't get any better, I'm gonna get fired. Fired? I didn't know. So that's why you did this. Actually, if I pick Pegasus, neither of those affect me, so it doesn't knock me out. So if I do get the chance to change forms, I'll change over to Pegasus. But that's not a good enough reason to make your students suffer. That's just cruel. That's... Hey, how many times do I have to tell you? To protect something, you've got to sacrifice something else in return. That's reality. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I can't get fired. And as a father, I must protect my own kids. You must protect them? Well, that's the same as me. I have someone I must protect too. That's why I will stop you. I must. I see. I don't want to fight, but in this situation, I must. Let's do this. Here he comes. Brace yourself, Geo. I'm sure there's something lower. Plague. There's gotta be something lower. There's always something lower. Yeah. They write his character struggle actually pretty realistically actually for these kind of games. Like these games usually don't have like adults, like I was saying earlier, that actually have like real struggles, or like they're kind of incompetent, like they're like a series of unfortunate events style like adults where they're not really, the good ones aren't competent enough to get things done, and the oh gosh, I see why you hate him. And the and the rest of them are all just like narcissistic and self-serving and stuff. But actually, he's got like actual like characterization and like an actual struggle of like, dang, I can't betray my kids, but I care about these students, but I need to, like, you know, provide for my kids and stuff. Obviously, it's kind of a commentary on like how hard like schooling in Japan is and stuff, and like how much it means, and like sacrificing the students' health, you know, for, you know, their future or whatever, you know, like, and also like money and stuff and all that. But yeah. But that's like big level themes. Like for the character itself, yeah, it's all about like, I can't sacrifice my kids, you know, like I have to protect them, but I also like, to do that I have to sacrifice my values and stuff. Of course, in the end, because a game, he won't have to sacrifice either, but ugh. Now's our chance to turn the wave off. Is this the one? Just presses a button. Study wave emergency. Shutting down. Study wave emergency. Shutting down. Phew. That should turn the study wave off. I don't think he would, Plague Life. No! You think you can stop me? He still wants to fight? Ugh. Please, stop. I can't lose. I can't get fired. Not now. Mr. Shepard. That voice. That voice. I don't know. I think I've gotten a question about it before, like if I would ever speedrun, but it was during like Pokemon, and I said basically that if I did run something, I would run something like Portal 1, which has a bunch of glitches and stuff that are fun to exploit, like a bunch of tricks and stuff, or something that's more like action based, like and requires precise like inputs and stuff, like to speedrun. Like I wouldn't speedrun something like Pokemon or this game just because it kind of comes down to like, well, maybe this game a bit more than like Pokemon, but like anything that's like turn-based RPG, I wouldn't speedrun just because a lot of them are really long, and also because yeah, they are really long, and I don't know, they don't seem that it doesn't seem like a fun thing to try and speedrun them. And plus, the speedruns can get like really long. Like even the speedruns of like a game like Final Fantasy VII are like, 8 or 9 hours or whatever it is, something crazy like that. Mr. Shepard. He's not here either. Where did he go? Do you think he ate something bad? Yeah, it's like 40 hours. Yeah, we know Plague. We've watched Small Ant, remember? Does he have a fever? If he wasn't sick, Mr. Shepard wouldn't say things like we need to get better grades. That's why we must hurry and take him to the doctors. We've got to get our teacher back. Let's split up and look for him. Yeah, no. You don't need to either. Like, you don't need to. Like, they made more than you need just so you could find them casually, easily, and, like, get all the upgrades. I think you just get rupees after a certain point. I can't believe it. They still believe in me. This horrible person I've become. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I've been a fool. I can't face the kids. Not anymore. And what about your own kids? Uh-oh. You're just gonna let them starve? No. I must protect them all. What are you saying? Have you lost it? I will continue being a teacher, but I won't give up on my ideals either. What I lacked was the resolve to see my philosophy through. I really realized that after seeing the kids' kindness. But I told you it's impossible. It might be, but the most important thing is to keep on putting all you've got into something. If you keep trying, even the impossible becomes possible. And I have a duty to pass that idea on as long as I live. Ah. So yes, Devil Survivor will not be available to you by the time stream is scheduled to start. So I guess, so do you want to do Danganronpa? Okay, do you want to do... Here, let me do the little trick thing again. So you have Danganronpa, you have Super Mario Galaxy, and, Fire Emblem, right? Why don't you play Super Mario Galaxy? When I said that, were you kind of disappointed? If so, then you should go play Danganronpa or whatever you were disappointed it wasn't. That. Remember the little trick my dad used to do with me? He would ask me if I wanted one thing or the other, and then he would give me one and say, "Are you disappointed?" And then if I said yes, he's like, "Well, then obviously you wanted the other thing." You wasn't disappointed? So there you go. You said, "I guess Danganronpa." So I guess you want to play Mario Galaxy, right? Hey, plus technically you started that game, so you should probably finish it. So I guess like whatever you pick is fine. Is what you're saying basically? Yes, they're both fun. So it's a win-win situation. Like either you play one now or you play one later. It doesn't matter. Like I don't know, just pick one or just like leave it up to the chat when you yeah, flip a coin or something, or just leave it up to chat when you start streaming. Also, main game theme. We're starting into the main game theme quite a bit lately. It's my duty as a father and as a teacher. A three-sided coin. That's called a dice plague. No! Or a die, I guess, because it's one. He's back to his usual self. He gave Libra the boot. All right, come on, Gio. Let's get going. And that's how this incident came to an end. Soon after, there was an investigation into what had caused the whole mess. It was accepted that the study wave messed up Mr. Shepard's head, and that's what happened. Because of that, people began to rethink the use of the study waves in school. What happened to Mr. Shepard? What happened to Mr. Shepard? He took full responsibility and resigned. Mr. Shepard is going to disappear. That's what everyone thought, but the students who heard about it were against it. They collected signatures and presented the petition to the principal, all to persuade him to let Mr. Shepard stay at Echo Elementary. Faced with so many signatures, the principal reluctantly gave in at the end. They're elementary students! What the heck? Although maybe like they were talking to their parents. Yeah, no, that's not how it works at all. It really does not work like that. Because like, they're elementary students. Like maybe the... Like, if anyone's going to raise a fuss, it would be the parents, right? It would be the parents who heard all these good things about him, and then, oh, he got fired. What? He got fired? But wasn't he the good teacher? And they'd be like, yeah. And it'd be like, well, that's not right. And that's how Mr. Shepard got to keep being a teacher, just like before. But I get it. It's supposed to be like, because he had the support of the kids, like, that they wanted to come back. They didn't forget him. They didn't blame him. You know, they still trusted him. So. Don't worry about it too much. Just like you don't worry too much about Sonia being like an elementary student or whatever, or middle school at most, and then like also being an idol. Don't overthink it. Then, a few days later, it was the day of the school event. What? Pat's absent today? I hadn't planned for this at all. Who would have thought he'd get sick on the day of the big show? So now what? Do we cancel the play? I have an idea. It's perfect! Please, think this over one more time. Oh, stop. There's no one else but you. Oh, and I made one change to the script. In this part, I'll protect you. Count on it? What's with this line? During the last incident, when I was pleading for help, I could have sworn I heard someone say those words to me. And I'm sure that someone was MegaMan. Why am I even explaining this to you? Well, I did say those words. I guess she heard me. Perfection. I love the face thing. It's just like you know it's just a badly drawn face colored onto cardboard with two eye slits cut out and like a string tied around the back of the head. It's so bad. It's great. And then it was time for the performance. Ah, help! Be quiet! No! Someone, please! Hey, if this was a game with DLC, it would be one of the DLC costumes. Real Mega Man. And this is when Mega Man comes on stage. Don't mess this up, Gio. Hold it right there. Huh? Who are you? I'm Mega Man, the Blue Bomber. No way. Isn't that the real Mega Man in the flesh? What happened? A power outage? Darn it! That was careless of me. Ha! Huh? I thought he was the real one. I knew it. It was just my imagination. I must be tired to mistake Geo for Mega Man. But, you know... Press, your line! Well, I mean, like... They were able to see, like, the prince or the teacher and stuff, like, when he transformed. Like, it's not like they can't see them if they will it. Right? Like, it's just that they usually don't. I don't know. It, I don't know. They're just messing around with the rules. Who cares? It's fine. It's not like it's a hard. This is not a story where they get down to tacks about the nitty gritty of how everything works, so it doesn't matter. Oh, you came to save me, right? I'll protect you. Count on it. Why? Why is my heart racing so fast? One week after the wildly successful play. Bro. Bro. What? Geo, everyone's waiting for you. Got it. This romance whack. Yeah, yeah. In the second game, they say only certain spots or something are like where things get messy, pretty much. And then in the third game, they have like whole EM beings being like regular EM beings being brought into the physical world, and anyway, so it doesn't matter. So, what do you mean this romance whack? Do you mean this romance good or this romance weird? How long were you planning on making us wait? I took the time to personally come and get you. The least you could do is hurry up. It wasn't even 5 minutes. Besides, no one said you have to pick me up every single morning. Kinda weird? Yeah, because they're like middle schoolers at most. Yeah. Because he's like, what, 14, 15? So she must be about that. I mean, there's middle school romance. It's not advisable, but there's middle school romance. More importantly, not as good as Hanya. Yeah, true. There was a nice moment with her earlier. Yeah, they're in like 5th grade. So they're just before middle school. Yeah. By the canon of the game. They really should have made them at least middle school. I don't know. Their designs don't look like elementary students either. They really don't. They look like middle schoolers. It's whatever. Okay. Every single morning. I just don't want you to stop coming to school again. Now that would be a problem. Yeah. So show the president thanks for her kindness and get ready earlier. Got it? Please wake up 30 minutes earlier. Yeah, that's true. That's a canonical explanation. Man, you guys need to chill and stop. Chill? Nice. Man, you guys need to chill and stop pushing so hard. I got my own speed. Thank you so much for everyone doing this. Since Starforce is in 5th grade, the second is summer break, and the third is 6th grade. Huh. Is the second one summer break though? I thought we did go to the school in the second one, but we may not have had school in the second one. Either way, even if each one is 1 year apart, you know? Yeah, they do. Like, and Geo actually has a character arc over the 3 games. Like in this one, he kind of like gets over his father issues and becomes like more normal, but like he actually does have an arc and like kind of like over the course of the 3 games. Since this is the first game, he changes a lot by the end of the first game, but not like to the point where like it's unbelievable. Yeah, very depressed in the first game. Uh, he's about normal in the second game, and then by the third one, he's settled into his role as Mega Man, even though it's causing him some problems. But like, yeah, he's got an actual like arc throughout the actual 3 games. So, oh, good morning, Miss Stellar. A lot of the main characters, like his friends, do kind of too. So, how's Geo doing in class? You didn't go to school for so long, I'm afraid you might be a bit behind everyone else. You don't need to worry, Miss Stellar. I am the class president of Class 5A of this Echo Elementary, Luna Platts. It's my duty to watch over all my fellow classmates. Right, Geo? Yeah. Oh, I see. Well, I hope you will continue to be good friends. Of course we will. Right, Bud, Zach? Yeah, of course. Certainly. Wow, really? That's great. It's nice that he made such good friends. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, we have to go or we'll be late. Well, we wouldn't want that. Off you guys go then. See you. Bye, Miss Stellar. Come on, let's go. Yeah, like you can see like on the top screen there, his picture, his normal default picture is frowning, especially at the beginning of the game. Like his character sprites, if you look, like his face sprites are always kind of like, they're usually not happy in this game. He has a more neutral and like happy faces in the later games. Looks like I got some mail. What did we get mail about? I don't even know. Best combo. Oh. Okay. The name of the... Okay. If you are able to create a combo of 3 or more cards which cause more than 300 points of damage during one battle with an EX or SP enemy, that combo will become a best combo. However, Mega and Giga class cards do not count. Best combo cards are just that. A good combo of cards. You can store up to 7 best combos. You can choose one of them to be your personal best combo. If both you and your real brother are on air at the same time and they use your brother force card, it won't be a card roulette, but your personal best combo will appear instead. Also, there is a person who can change best combos into battle cards, or I have heard. If you would like to use your best combos, I suggest you seek this person out. Remember, you and your brother's powers can increase, but only if you help each other. Okay. Oh shoot, I accidentally hit it again. That's cool. I don't know how much I'll mess around with that though. Oh wait, did we get another email? I heard from Lyra that another FMian showed up in Echo Ridge. Are you okay? I hope you're doing alright. Oh nice, she's keeping up with us. I like that. That's a nice touch. I like that. It's a sham. What's a sham? But yeah, even if they have like 1 year each game, they only ever get up to like 7th grade. The best combo. It's not very good. Like what? I'm not sure what you mean. It's like really hard to pull off or something? Not worth making a combo? Okay. Turning it into a card? Okay. Ugh. I'm starved. I can't wait for lunch. Why is it not worth it? It seems like it would be worth it. Like to do that much damage from just 1 card. You feel like part of our class now, right? Good. Then I don't want to hear any more of that not coming to school business. You're prepared for class today, correct? Oh, it expires? It only lasts for so long? Like it's a consumable? What? Oh, that is bogus. That's bogus. Okay, yeah, you're right. Reviewing one of the keys reviewing is one of the keys to good study habits. I mean, I guess, but like you could use it against like some of the bosses, but like then you have 1 slot that, like 1 card in your deck that you just can't use against normal enemies, because then you won't have it for later. Yeah, that is pretty bogus. Okay. Hey, morning. Looks like you're fitting in just fine. I'm happy for you. What am I doing here? Do I have to... This is my desk. Do I have to talk to everybody? I'm just gonna assume I have to talk to everybody. Okay, yeah, I had to talk to everybody in the classroom. Okay. After school? I thought this was supposed to be after school.
And that's it for today. Now, I want you all to go straight home. I don't want to hear anyone was horsing around. Oh, and Bud, you still haven't turned in your math homework. If you still don't have it by tomorrow, there'll be 1 week of detention. Oh man, no way. My heart's gonna blow off if I have to think that hard.
Eminem's kart racer. Oh yeah. Didn't I'm trying to think. Didn't Alpha Rad play that while he was doing a Q&A or something? Like he had some background footage of it, but he didn't play long enough for the whole Q&A thing. So at a certain point, he just didn't have any more. It's Eminem's kart racer.
Didn't you say 3 days ago that you had finished it, but you just forgot to bring it in?
No, it's Garfield's kart. Oh, okay.
Prez!
Don't look at me. You should do your homework on your own. If I helped you, it wouldn't help you in the end. I would play Garfield's kart. I don't know if you know this, but I'm kind of a sucker for Garfield. Right, Mr. Shepard?
That's right. You should try to do them by yourself. But I always do it myself and give it my best. Now that's funny, because the homework you turn in is always the same mistakes as Zach's. Coincidence?
Oops. I even warned him not to copy everything. You know, school's not half bad. Mr. Shepard and the others are really nice. I never knew school could be this much fun.
And one last announcement, Gio. Can you please come to the studio after we're done here? I'd like to talk to you about something. Don't worry, it's nothing bad.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Alright, class is dismissed. And remember your homework tomorrow, bud.
Bye. Bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-da-dum. Honestly, what are you thinking? You should at least do your math homework. I never thought I'd be this embarrassed to be brothers with you.
I'm really sorry, Prez.
Zach, I want you to go home with Bud and start on those math problems right away. But didn't you just tell him to do it on his own? Plus, my favorite cartoon is on tonight. Do you really think Bud can finish it all by tomorrow? I didn't think so. That's why I want you two to hurry up and get to it.
Yes, Prez.
I understand. Come on, Bud. Let's go. Stop dragging your feet and start running. Brothers like that, is it any wonder why I'm always so tired?
Back to her usual cheery self, I see.
Yeah, being brothers with her must be taxing. Well, I should get moving to the studio. Bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum. Bum ba bum bum ba-da-da-dum. Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-do. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-do-do-do. Excuse me.
Over here. We're over here.
We? Ah.
What's wrong? Come on and say hi. This is Mr. Bob Copper from the Satella Police. He's looking into what happened here during that incident a few days ago. I haven't seen you in a while. Almost forgot your name. Gio, was it?
Yes, sir. And what can I help you with?
You remember the incident here, right?
Yes?
I was looking around the school today, and I found some very high levels of Z-waves. What I'm getting at is that anyone with eyes can see that this last incident was drenched in Z-Waves. It just happened, and it happened just as soon as you set foot in a place you haven't been for 3 years. Now, hold on a second, Mr. Copper. The cause of the incident was me. This child had nothing to do with it. If anything, he's a victim. Hey, please calm down, Mr. Shepard. I wasn't saying he was the culprit. I was just trying to see if the boy knew anything. Maybe something we don't know. Right, Gio?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on now. You must know something. After all, you've been close to every other incident so far involving Z-Waves.
But that doesn't mean I know anything.
Alright then, Gio. Don't be shocked, but Z-Waves are really an alien life form.
How did he know that? This is bad. Just how much does this old man know?
These aliens have bodies made of EM waves that normal people can't see with the naked eye. When they get near humans, they get inside people and make them do evil things. If you don't watch out, you might get taken over by an alien too. And if that happens, you could be a danger to everyone around you.
Somehow, I think it's already too late for me. James Jonah Jameson. Oh! James Jonah Jameson. James Jonah Jameson. That name sounds so familiar. Oh, isn't that the guy from Portal 2? The, founder of the company? James Jonah Jameson? Isn't that it? No, it's Spider-Man. Okay, it's Spider-Man. I was thinking of Johnson. Johnson is from Portal 2. He's the founder of that. Yes, James Jonah Jameson is from Spider-Man.
You serious?
Yeah, that's Cave Johnson. Yep, my bad. Although they kind of have the same vibe too. They have the same vibe too.
I want a picture of Spider-Man on my desk. Peter Parker, you're fired. You're rehired again now. Get those pictures of Spider-Man on my desk by 12 today. What are you selling me this crap for? I need pictures of Spider-Man. EM aliens? Oh, that's a riot. I need those pictures of MegaMan on my desk by 8 a.m. this morning.
It's 9 a.m. this morning.
So you're already an hour late. Get going. Oh, that's a riot. But you can't trick kids today with that kind of story, right, Gio? So, are you satisfied, Mr. Copper? He really knows nothing about aliens. Gio, you can go home now. Mr. Copper and I have a few things to talk about. Mr. Shepard, I must insist. Wait, it'd be a bad idea to get on the teacher's bad side. Better play it safe. Okay, I suppose that's enough for today. Sorry to keep you from getting home, Gio. I'm sure we'll see each other again real soon.
Bye. Run, Gio, run.
Guess the old man knows about Ephemians. He's probably gonna tail us like crazy from now on, even more than before.
And just when I had made some friends, too. Talk about things I could do without. Well, at least we can get home for today. That reminds me, I have a copy of Spider-Man 2 for the Xbox. That's fun. That I should play on stream at some point. I have to work on getting that HDMI stuff set up before the end of this game. So if like Halo or something wins out in the next poll, I can play it. I think right now next is gonna be Metroid Zero Mission, Spider-Man on GBA. I think I've played that actually. Oh, we have to go back to the classroom? Okay. It'd be nice to know that if beforehand. Now I have to run all the way back up there. I think I've actually tried playing that before. Yeah, it's not great. But Spider-Man 2 for the Xbox was fun. like the web swinging mechanics and stuff. And it's got the pizza song in there, so that's fun. Everything's all packed in and I'm ready to go. Did you and Mr. Shepard finish already? I think Luna's probably going to be the next one to get taken over, and then we'll have her thing. Bum ba-dum ba-bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum. Bum ba-da-da-dum ba-da-dum ba-bum 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 ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So, what did he want to talk to you about? It's none of your business. Oh, boring. How do you expect to ever become friends if you keep on saying things like that? Friends? You still don't know how to make friends, do you? School's only half as fun when you don't have any friends. Well, I guess I can let you join my group, since you look so pitiful all the time. Me? Join your group? That's right. He gets like... depends on what time of day and what day it is. But usually it's like from 3 to 5. Would you say that's right, Coil? That's right. I also told Bud and Zach to be nice to you. Yeah, like 3 to 5. So, aren't you happy? If you are, you should say something. I'm happy, but I don't really know if I can be a good friend to anyone yet. So, I'm sorry. Turning down my invitations is definitely not the way to becoming friends. See, if I ever invite you again, if you want to rethink things, I suggest you do it now. Huh? What are they doing here? Oh. You scared me, opening the door like that. And by the way, how are the math problems coming along? I don't think you two can finish that quickly. Are you slacking off? Well, say something. Am I right? So you're not going to say anything? Ugh, they're an annoying bunch, aren't they? You mean the Prez's Goon Squad? I don't even know where to begin. No, that's not what I meant at all. Then what? Ah! Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. What are you doing? Sneaking. What's the meaning of this? Mar. Ah! Jam, jam. Eh. Whatever. Eek. Eek. But Bud and Zach turned into monsters. Luna, get back. Those two are imposters. Yeah, it allows you to skip the current game. You're quite the dilemma, Geostellar. Who's there? Over here. Did you miss me? Let me introduce you to my newest creations, the EM humans. They're a little low on brain, but guess what? If humans stay near them for too long, they become just like the EM humans. Now if you quietly hand over the Andromeda key over to me, I'll let you go. If not, I think you know what's going to happen. Ah, I can't change into MegaMan in front of Luna. Hey, wait, who are you talking to? I see, you have no intention of giving it to me. That's fine, I can pry it from you. Go, my EM humans. Ah, they're coming right for us. All we can do right now is retreat. So first, let's get out of the school. Come on, Luna, run! You don't have to tell me twice. Jam. Do you guys like other kinds of jam other than strawberry jam, or is it just strawberry jam or nothing? Because, like, there's other kinds of jam. I don't know. Have you guys ever tried different kinds of jam? Let's get out of here fast. Oh. Just strawberry? Strawberry is the only way to go? Yeah, there's plenty of good jams. Ah, don't stop so suddenly. Shh, quiet. We can't get outside with that guy there. If only I could find a safe place to stash Luna, I could false in. Well, we can't go forward, so we gotta turn back. What are we going to do? We can't get out of here from the front, so we're gonna have to turn around and find another way out. Are you kidding? There's more of those guys back where we came from. I know that, but this is a dead end, and it's just as dangerous here. So let's get the heck out of here. What is with you? Ever since a few minutes ago, you've done nothing but tell me what to do. I guess I don't have much of a choice, though. Hey, wait for me! Man, I still can't. Today's a special case, but don't think you could boss me around, okay? Maybe a window or something? Hide in the women's bathroom. It's the perfect plan. That's right. Oh no, wait. They're EM beings. They don't have genders. They can go in any bathroom they want. No! Hey, what are those monsters? And why do I get the feeling you know something? The plan failed. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. I don't know anything. I guess not. If only Mega Man was here instead of you. You squashed those guys in a heartbeat. Oh, Mega Man, won't you come save me? Yeah. The elevator's here. Jam. Ah, Luna, get into the classroom. Hurry. Huh? Oh, okay. Wait, why does an EM being need to use the elevator? That doesn't make any sense. Because it doesn't have like a physical body, or at least it shouldn't. I don't know, maybe they're different because they're supposed to emulate humans? I don't know. It's weird. Anyway. Phew. I think we gave him a slip. How many of those creepy guys are there? There's so many! And there's bound to spot us sooner or later. She's right, you know. You can't run forever. If you don't do something about the jammer, you guys aren't gonna get out of here. It looks like I don't have a choice. This room seems to be safe for now. This may be our only chance. Let's go. Luna, I'm gonna try to get rid of them. So I want you to wait here. Can you handle being here by yourself? Are you stupid? You can't go out there alone. What can you do? My dad used to say that even if there was a sliver of a chance, it's better to do something. But it's dangerous. It'll be alright. I'll protect you. So, promise me you won't leave this room. Board up the doors. Yeah, like... Well, I don't think we can push the desks even. They seem bolted to the ground. There's nothing like to board up it with. It's all... Everything is made of chrome, plastic, and, like, metal. It's sci-fi. There is no window. I checked. What did you just say? It'll be alright. I'll protect you. What am I thinking at a time like this? It's not like he's Mega Man or anything, but he was sorta kinda cool just now. Yeah, that's another good point. Alright, now we can finally pulse in. Kukui? I'm not familiar with that. Ah, that I'm familiar with. Well, yes, she is twin-tailed student council president Tsundere. Like, that is literally what she is. That is her. Yes. Yes, I understood. Wait, why is he... That's from the all the way back when like the other emergency event was going on. They must just have like emergency dialogue that NPCs automatically say if it's an emergency. And because we are having two emergencies in the same place, he's referencing the last emergency. That's weird. Ah, we didn't get to use the reaction command because each one of those forms has a different like, if you get a reaction, or a, what is it? A, whatever. What's it? A reaction? A counter. If you get a counter, each of those forms has a specific counter, like, thing. Where they basically, I think, are supposed to be, like, using the satellite to like blast the enemies or for you something for you. And yes, it was a counter. Thank you, Plague Life. Is that gonna hit? Oh no, he's all the way up front, so it's not gonna hit. Shoot. Man, that just does so much damage though. Like, it's kind of insane. No, it's really insane. I can't believe that missed off him. All those attacks missed. No, I can believe it. Never mind. I can believe it. It's just disappointing. Oh, come on. Why does he get to be invulnerable half the time? Also, how are you supposed to counter that? Like, your timing has to be frame perfect to counter that. Whatever. By the way, I was wondering, Plague Life, do you know how far into the game we are? I thought we were... Stop, they're already dead. I feel like we're two-thirds or so of way through the game, but I don't know for certain because I've never finished it. Do you know how far we are into the game? I'm just wondering, just out of curiosity. I'm just wondering. Just wondering. Where'd he go? He's probably headed for Luna. No, we gotta hurry back. Can I just pulse out and pulse in? Yeah, I'm just gonna pulse out and pulse in. Like halfway? Oh, okay. Yeah, honestly, that seems about right. But yeah, this game is longer than I thought it was. Didn't we leave Luna over in this classroom over here? MegaMan!
Luna!
Yeah, I'll probably put them on the poll at some point for people to vote on. Or maybe if I ever, like, I don't know. I'll probably, yeah, I'll do the others at some point. Probably not right after this one. Like I said, I kind of like to give it like a month or so while I play through other games. Like reset myself before playing another game in the same series. Just because, they, like, the gameplay between, you know, games in a series tend to be pretty, much the same, like, same, but like also like a little bit of difference. Like they keep making it better or iterating on it, but it tends to be the same. So like it's hard to. There's not a lot of games series where I can like play all the way through the game series and not get bored of it. You know. Are you okay? I'm coming for you right now. I don't think so. Or I should say, I don't think so. No, maybe I'll outgrow the poll at some point. Like at a certain point, I'll just be like, yeah, I'm gonna play this today, or this, or you know, we're gonna play this next, or whatever. Or like, there's a game I particularly want to play, I'll just play that one. Like, I wanna play if I can get my HDMI thing set up, I want to play a certain game before summer's over because I feel like it's a summertime kind of game. So, I don't know. Maybe this month or next month, I'll make sure to play it, you know. I'll trade you the girl for the Andromeda key. I'll never hand over the key to you. Then I suppose we must take it. But realize that if you lay a finger on me, she may not feel so well as a consequence. Ugh. Mega Man! Watch closely, little girl. Watch and see me defeat your mighty Mega Man. Don't blink now. Hiya! Take this, and this. Ugh. Ah! Mega Man! No! Nothing beats the sound of a good punch. So how was it? Did you like what you saw? Did she faint? I guess it was too much for her to handle. Playtime is over. Time to finish this. You fool! Why didn't you fight back? If I had, then Luna, she'd... How far will you go for that girl? If you won't fight back, then I... Wait, Mega, you can't. That guy's about to turn you into a smudge. Protect Luna. I promised I would. Is this what they call friendship? But enough talk. Time for you to say goodbye. And the Andromeda key is mine. Best girl to save the day. A guitar. Harp Note is live and on stage. That was a close one, huh? The pass out tune. I saw the help signal and came to see what's up, but I didn't think it would be that serious. Thanks, Harp Note. You got me good, but humans, you know what to do with the girl. Yeah, she kind of is. She's pretty much a parallel to Roll. Oh, no, you don't. Nice. Sniper guitar in action. I like how she, with a guitar, can snipe distances, but us with a gun attached to our hand can't do anything over distance. Mega Man, he's all yours. Lyra, huh? You traitorous scum. I'll take care of this guy. Harp, no, you should take care of Luna. Okay. Finally, we can get this creep what's coming. Ursus, don't catch your chickens before they hatch, because I'll be the one dishing out the pain. Here we go. Wave battle, right on. Just try and stop me. Don't worry, we're good. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Jammer 2. Okay, do we want to go Ice Pegasus, Fire Leo, or Green Dragon? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I know. It sucks so much that it does that every time. Because it always scares me, but... Dragon? Alright, we'll go Dragon. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, it is pretty cool. Oh! Owie! He's easier than he was before. What the heck? Oh, missed. We didn't take any damage. He was easier than before. What the heck? Ah! No! I was so close! Lord Gemini, I'm sorry. Ah! I guess? Not really any amount. I think it was just the fact that he was a 2. Like a harder version of the normal jammer was supposed to be it. But like, yeah. Anyway, Gemini. So that's who's behind it all. Gemini. Are they... He. And yeah, he's another Ephemian. But I have no idea what he's plotting. Gemini. Ah, Luna. How is she? She's fine. She just fainted and should wake up pretty soon. And what about you? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. There are some really strong Z-waves coming from this room. Looks like the old Mr. Copper's back. It'd be pretty bad if we found more Z-waves, so we'd better go back to the real world. Can you help me and grab one of Luna's arms? Sure. Okay, let's go. Phew, I'm beat. Hi, beat. I'm Riley. Oh yeah, thanks for the save today, Sonia. If you hadn't shown up... Aw, it's nothing. We're brothers after all, right? And that's what brothers do. Sonia. Looks like she's coming around. Well, I think I should go. I wouldn't want her to suffer another shock when she wakes up with Sonia's shrub in her room. I'll wait outside. We can talk more later. Okay, got it. I'll see you later then. And don't get any funny ideas about Luna, okay? I won't. I was just joking. Okay, later. Yeah. Sonia Strum really is best girl. Huh? Huh? Where? My room? Mega Man? Did I disturb you? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? You probably shouldn't try to sit up yet. Mega Man. No, wait. Geo? What are you doing in my room? Well, you see, please don't get angry, but, well, you were unconscious and I had to take you home. So, I kind of looked into your transer. You what? You looked into my transer? How could you? You're the worst kind of person ever! Pervert! No, please, I only looked up your address. Ah, I just realized, where's Mega Man? Where is he? He got hurt trying to protect me. I didn't see him anything, but I think he's probably okay. I mean, we're okay, so he must be too, right? Don't give me a silly laugh. Mega Man is no laughing matter. I believe in what he says, and he will save us all. Didn't mean to offend you. I guess I should get home. Is your mom gonna be home soon? My mom and dad are really busy, so I'm usually home alone. It's been like that ever since nursery school. so I'm used to it. Oh. Then maybe I should wait until someone... I'll be fine by myself. So you don't need to feel sorry for me. I'm used to being alone. So you can just go home. Okay. Well, take it easy, okay? Nursery school? You don't know what nursery school is? Nursery school is like daycare and by extension also like kind of kindergarten. It's like daycare, but where they teach you the alphabet and like numbers and stuff. Yeah, it's like kindergarten. Actually, it might actually be basically the Japanese version of kindergarten, just translated as nursery school or whatever. I know Mega Man was the one who saved us, but you really tried hard too. So, thanks. No problem. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going. Yeah, well, see you. Why am I getting all flustered over him? This must be from the shock of the incident. Yes, that's it. It must be it. He really knows how to get on my nerves.
I'm beat. Let's call it a day.
Oh, hey, Sonia. Sorry to keep you waiting. And thanks again for back there. Well, like I said before, you're very welcome. We're brothers now, so no matter what, we'll be there for you. We'll be there for you. Right, Lyra? Yep.
Hey, not so fast. Be careful of that girl, Sonia. You never know what she might backstab you.
Aren't you rude? I like Sonia and I like this planet too. Too much. Trust me. I won't be returning to FM anytime soon. Now, Lyra, it's okay. By the way, Geo, so, are you free this Sunday? Yeah. Come on, you could say it. You came all the way over here today for this. I was wondering if you would go shopping with me? Maybe we could go to Nancy's in Times Square? So, what do you think? You want to go shopping? Just the two of us? No good? That's not what I meant. I mean, I don't usually do things with just one other person. And definitely not with a girl, you know? I've never gone shopping alone with a guy before. So,
what are you two getting all red in the face for?
not that a brute like you would understand, but this is what humans call adolescence.
Adolescence, huh?
Okay, then let's meet in front of the Rover statue in Times Square at 10 this Sunday. Okay. Don't be late, okay? See you. Yeah. Great job, Sonia.
Best girl date!
Best girl date. Do we have time for best girl date? Yeah, I think we have time for best girl date. Yeah, we'll definitely get the best girl date.
You were pretty smooth too, Geo.
Oh no, it was Mom. Good job landing a date with such a cute girl. Date? It's not like that. You'll have to introduce us next time. Yeah, sure. Wow, a lot of stuff happened today. I'm beat. Hi, Beat. I'm Riley. Okay, in you go. Date music from Undertale. A little boy's growing up.
turn in for the night? Yeah.
Save, yes. I didn't save. I gotta remember to save more often. Then again, it prompts me to save every in-game day, so that's fairly frequently. But yeah, gotta save after bosses and stuff. That night, looks like our little Luna has gotten into some trouble again. And during such a busy term, I just knew that public school would pull her down. That's true. Those riffraff friends are probably rubbing off in a bad way on our Luna. If we let her stay at that school, she will only wind up in more trouble. I'm sure it's already damaged her future. Yes, dear. We should move her to a private school ASAP. Yes, which is why I will go speak with the school, on Monday if I must, about her transferring. We'll move her to a strict boarding school, and sign her up for the elite course. Yes, if we give her the best education, then she'll be hired by the best corporations. It really is the best route to happiness. What bland, one-dimensional bad parents these guys are. They're so one-dimensional bland, especially the mother. She's just going along with everything the father is saying. Wow. These guys have no depth in writing at all. Although the mother's character portrait is pretty nice. She looks pretty. I'll start looking right away. Yes, please. No, I hate bringing up work. I hate to bring up work. However, worst parents, yeah. About the location of our next exhibition. I think it would be better for the layout if we were to set it a bit farther back. You're right. Let's move it back there then. Wow, she really does disagree with whatever he says. We'll have to move the tree up a bit too, though. True. Me? Transfer? I like how, like, the response to, like, Luna saying, hey, something went down where, like, monsters or something tried to attack me at school. The response is, huh. We should probably just pull her out of that school and move her to a different school. Honestly, now that I say that out loud, that's not an unreasonable response, but the way they're wording it and the reasons they're doing it are not great. And then, Sunday. What should I do today? I know, I'll call up Bud and Zach. After all, I'm going to be at some boarding school, so who knows where by the end of the week. Well, I guess I'll give Bud a call first. Macy's? Yeah, it's a mixture of Macy's and, no, I think it's just actually just a, misspelling of Macy's. It's literally just a misspelling of, Macy's, is what it is. Beep, beep, beep.
Hello? Oh, Prez! What's wrong? You're calling really early.
You're free today, aren't you? Bring Zach with you and come to my house.
Eh? Today? But I've got plans. I'm gonna get some awesome pancakes with my mom.
What awesome pancakes! You'd rank pancakes higher than me?
But I really can't today.
I got it. Actually, it's probably on the translators of the game. Because you know for a fact that they did not call it, Macy's, in, the original. So they probably called it, like, some other, like, generic name. I don't know what they would call it. Like, some knockoff name. So they just kind of did the same thing in America. So it's more on the translators than the, actual original writers. Junes or something. Yeah.
But I really can't today. We promised each other to do this half a year ago. I mean, next week I'm all up for hanging out.
Whatever. I'm not gonna beg you. Go enjoy your stupid pancakes.
Wait, Prez!
That Bud. I may not even be around next week. On to Zach. Hello? Oh, Prez. What's wrong? Zach, you're free today, right? Come over and hang out at my house. I'm really sorry, but I'm attending a seminar about stretching to grow taller. Oh, why don't you invite Bud? I get it. Go stretch and get taller then. See if I care. I don't know. Maybe they just plan to do something half a year in advance or whatever. Maybe it's a really exclusive pancake house. Like IHOP for Richies. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's like, oh, maybe she's at work all the time and she just wants to like make breakfast for him one time and that's like what they're gonna do together, you know? Like, cause he likes food and stuff. And so maybe she had to like get the day off like half a year in advance. Dude, these pancakes? Forget about it. What is with those two? I know. Maybe I should go see what Gio's up to. He's probably got nothing better to do. He'd better be honored to get a personal invitation from yours truly. Oh, nope. Tsundere girl's gonna find out about the date with Best Girl. I love how we just get a shot of an empty room for like 10 seconds. This game could use some work on its cutscenes. Okay, just have to ring his doorbell. This is so stupid! Why am I getting so nervous? It's not like I don't do this every morning. Okay, I'm going to push it. Mom, I'm leaving. What? Don't be late. I won't. Odd, he doesn't usually have plans. Now I'm curious. I wonder where he's going. That bus is headed for Times Square. What's there in Times Square for a guy like him? This should be interesting.
Where's Sonya waiting?
Yeah, there's Macy's. Wow, look at that branding on the front. Let's plaster that on the front of the department store. Holy cow, look at that thing.
It's the Moe. Do you not know about the Moe?
Where is she? Oh, Rover! Oh my gosh! These leaves are a place where you can pulse in, aren't they? Yup. Okay. Look at Rover! He's so chubby! Oh! I bet this is a, reference to the, what is it? That statue in, Shibuya. What is it called? I can't remember. That one where there was that dog that waited for its master for a long time. A woman in Easter Island. Hachiko, yeah, that was it. Thank you, Coyle. I should know that. That's from The World Ends With You. I should know that. That's my jam. I should know that. But look at him! He's so chonky! I love it! Look how chonky he is! Oh, it's so good. He's so chunky! Sorry, I hope you didn't have to wait too long. It's okay, I just got here too. Well, you want to go get going to Macy's? Okay. What's wrong? You're kind of quiet. Well, I don't really come here all that much, so I feel kind of lost. Aw, you don't have to feel that way. Just take a few deep breaths. Now come on. Okay. Isn't that Sonia Strum? Why is Gio going shopping with her? I was going to invite him. Okay, calm down, Luna. I can't let my pride get the better of me. I can't let them see me following them. Calm down, Luna. You can't let them see that you're stalking them. This cake shop's specialty super veggie carrot surprise is really, really delicious. I like carrot cake, by the way. Carrot cake is my favorite kind of cake. They have no legs! What? It's the future, guys. They have no legs. Dude, they're just like PewDiePie. I don't know. It's just kind of a meme. Like, even one of the enemies, I think, is Easter Island heads, and like, yeah, they gone. They got no legs. Look, aren't these outfits neat? When I get a bit older, I'm going to wear cute outfits just like these. So, what are we here for? What we're here for? I mean, don't you usually know what you want to buy when you go shopping? No, not always. It's fun to just look at cute clothes or nice accessories sometimes, you know? And if you see something you want, then you buy it. Oh, let's take a look at that store there. Welcome to the world of shopping with women, Gio. They go knowing that they don't know what they want. Welcome to How to Waste a Day. Have fun, kid. Come on, Gio, hurry up. I found a really cute handbag. Coming. Wait, why do we have to see... Oh, their cutscene game needs some work. This is the first one I guess they made, but like... But man, their cutscene game needs some work. What do you think? Isn't it cute? Yeah. If you had money, what would you do, Coil? Oh, just shop around and until you see what you saw and buy it? Yeah. It's a lock? It's like shopping with real women. Gotcha. They're on a date? And look at him. He's copying an attitude. Attention shoppers. Starting today, Macy's is proud to host a special subtropical jungle exhibition on the roof of this very building where we have a variety of snakes on display. So please feel free to visit the roof. Oh my gosh. See, I know what Luna's boss form is. And wow, that is such a cop-out to get to that point. I don't know, the closest experience I have to shopping with women is shopping with my sister and my mother. It does kind of take a while, just because they like, you know, to look around and stuff. Like, it's funny because what will usually happen is we'll walk, yeah. Blame the writers, yeah. They could have gone on a trip to the zoo and it would have worked out better. I don't know. But the, what was I thinking? But yeah, that's my only experience with shopping with women too, Coil. So, don't worry about it. So please feel free to visit the roof and enter the subtropical zone today. Trust me, you're not missing much. Yeah. I don't know, it's just different. Because, yeah, the zoo would have worked out way better. Because, I don't know, it's just a different style. Like, I'll just walk through and kind of glance over everything. And if something doesn't catch my eye, or like, I don't see anything specific that I'm looking for, or that I really want, or, you know, whatever, then I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm done. So it just takes me a little bit to, like, walk down some rows and aisles of, like, books or something. Although with books I tend to be a bit more thorough. Anyway. A subtropical jungle exhibit? That must be the one my mother and father were working on. But somehow, I don't think they'd be very happy to find me here. Well, that's a quinky dink, isn't it? It just happens to be the one your parents are working on. Okay, I better hurry up and stop making so much commentary, otherwise I'll have to save the boss fight for next stream. They'd be very happy to find me here. A jungle exhibit? Doesn't that sound exciting? Let's go take a look. I know my girl voices are pretty much the same. The only difference is, like, basically their attitude. And intonation, all that. Come on, don't you want to? Sure. Sounds fun. Let's go. Yes, getting out of clothes shopping. Well, I mean, they do have, like, this weird, swimsuit display that's supposed to be in the Arctic for some reason. I don't know. Really going to look at the exhibit? But what if I bump into my parents? Whatever. I don't care. I'm going to follow them. Come on, there's gotta be a place where I can shop around here. Okay, so there's one of these things that allows me to change out cards. Swap out cards. I'll have to come back to that and, like, just deposit a bunch of those cards that I have 99 of. Because there's no point in keeping 99 cards. Tsundere Yandere mix? I don't know, Yandere. Mostly Tsundere. Because she's only jealous. Like, she's not mad at Sonya, like, enough to, like, hurt her or anything. She's just, like, jealous, right? She'd be more likely to yell at Gio than she would at Sonya, right? So this is the Moa Moa. My son really loves this character, but I don't see what he sees in it. I don't know what he sees in it, I suppose. I don't know. I don't really see any Yan here. Gonna be honest, I don't see any Yan. I just see it 100% soon. Like, do you think the writers who came up with the idea to have a tropical zone, subtropical zone, exhibit, on top of a Macy's that just so happens to be run by her parents, who are extremely wealthy for reasons we do not understand, just so they could get snakes and her parents in one area at the same time, and also on a place where Sonya would like to go on a date on? Do you think the writers who came up with that coincidence also were like, let's make this character anything but a son? Like, it's 100% son. Welcome to the Subtropical Zone, a collection of snakes from all over the world. As it is very dangerous, please do not touch or feed the snakes. I like it. We have no handrails or bars or anything. Sure is a jungle in here with this heat and humidity. Thankfully, it's not as hot as it was the last couple days over here, so I was able to do this upstairs. There are all sorts of snakes here. I really hope no poisonous ones escape, though. Why do you have poisonous snakes not in cages with no handrails or any guards or anything? It's just some kid's just gonna jump into the puddle over there and then get bit by a snake, and then there's a lawsuit. That is such a bad idea. Oh, I hate it so much. Just make it a zoo. They could have just been like an owner of a zoo. Like, they didn't even have to work at the zoo. They just had to own a zoo. Origin story. Snakes are scary. An Indra snake. Once again, zoo. Yeah, it could have just been a zoo. It basically is. Ah, yes. I am the I'm the famous Professor Snake. Snape? I can understand the language of snakes. I've brought many different kinds of snakes from various jungles around the world. I hate Okay, here's another thing I hate. I hate the fact that whoever translated this did not make all the S's at least 3 S's, right? If you're gonna do the bit, commit to the bit. All for this very event. Cause like, look. Like, okay, so he doesn't say the same thing, but like 2 of those S's were just regular S's. Do I have to know this stuff about snakes? I don't think I do. If I do, I'll come back and like write it down or something. Ayo. A spotted anaconda. Known for its world-class size and fiery temperament, the snake will easily make a meal out of a person. The longest one on record was a 60... Oh, this is a scale replica. Oh, thank goodness. But they can if they just make another text box. Like they have, technically... Like, if you're gonna do a bit, commit to the bit. You can't go halfway on a bit, right? Like, I know some of my voices are terrible and, like, corny, but I commit to it because it's funnier that way, right? Like, when you're doing a voice coil, sometimes you do a bad accent on purpose, and you know it's bad, but you just have to commit to it. So if you commit to a bit, commit to the bit. Don't go halfway on it. Yes. You gotta say yes and. Specifically in this case, you have to say yes and. This is a scale replica. I'm usually okay around reptiles, but when there's this many, it's sort of scary. Okay, was that it? Some tropical zone. Now that sounds interesting. Let's have a look. Wait, so I have to read all the signs? Gosh dang it. Okay, I'm just gonna skip through the signs. And I'm going to talk to everybody, because one of those things has got to be the thing to progress. Just talking to everybody or reading all the signs is it's one of those. Caution, the floor is slippery. I don't know, Plague. Just do a zoo. Why did this have to be a thing? A zoo is a perfectly fine date location, I think. Even if it's not, it's still better than this contrivance. Also, how is this all in a mall? Why would they give this much space to a mall? Apparently they actually have like grass and stuff also on the ground too, and like dirt. You're never gonna be able to clean all that up. This is permanently a jungle now. There's so many things wrong with this. Like, I don't care how much forward in the future we are. Like, okay, so yes, in the future, like, maybe you can, like, make it easier to, like, make this kind of climate. But, like, even in the future, having dirt and plants and stuff, like, holy cow. Well, apparently it cost a lot because obviously Luna's parents are rich. Whatever they do, apparently they install jungles in malls, and that's why they're rich. Apparently there's a great demand for jungles and malls in the future. Goodness gracious. Whatever. I guess there's quite a few plot holes in this story, isn't there? But the character writing is pretty good. But, yeah, there's quite a few plot holes. Phew, sure gets tiring after a while. Do you want to take a break? Yes, let's go outside then. I know a cute cafe nearby. A cafe? I've never been to one. Will they let 2 kids in there? If you go with me, it'll be fine. Just your average mall. Jungle trademark. Am I making everything wrong with MegaMan Starforce type thing? Yeah. Well, let's go. If you say so. Every mall's gotta have one. Every mall's gotta have a dangerous exhibit where small children can get bitten by wild animals. Excuse me. Ah, so this is where they went. Ah. Parents. Yep.
Luna, what are you doing here?
Um, what? Speak clearly. Was. Come on, Gio. Let's hurry. Huh? What are you doing here, Luna? Um, I don't know, because they're like controlling parents. They probably think that she should be at home studying or something. I.
Luna, who are these children?
Well, it's not for sure that they run it. Well, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they run this store. That's a good point, Plague. Actually, maybe they run this store. Because they did. Maybe that's it. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense, actually. Too bad that they don't ever say that directly or like imply that even. But that makes more sense. I don't know. Maybe they imply it in the Japanese original dialogue, but at least in the English, it's not um Im- implied at all. He's one of my classmates, Gio, and I'm his friend, Sonny Strum.
Elementary school children out on a date? I can't say that I approve of such behavior.
They really should have made them middle school children. They really should. The designs look like middle school children. Um, because they're together. It's just a guy and a girl. Like, I, I don't know. I guess they didn't say a relationship. They just said a date, which, yeah, it kind of is. It's kind of obvious, yeah. Although this is why they should have made them middle schoolers. Because if it's just two elementary students, you don't look at two. You don't look at a kid. You don't look at fifth graders, like a guy and a girl fifth grader, and think, oh, they must be on a date or they must be a couple. Middle schoolers maybe, but like, yeah, you don't say that for elementary students. I don't know. Maybe this makes more. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe middle school starts in fifth grade, for like at the age of fifth grade for like. Yeah, yeah, but like their size, like they're like what 14, 15 in the game. I don't know. Whatever. Although I have to agree with the dad actually. I don't I don't agree with elementary school students going out on dates. Well, she was reacting to them cuz they obviously knew her. Children have no business acting like adults and going on dates. If you have the time to play pretend, you should spend it studying to get better grades. See, there it is. Hey, just because we're kids doesn't mean you can't be downright rude to us. I'm afraid being around children like these is truly negatively affecting our dear Luna. We should speed up our search for a better school and transfer her there at once. Transfer? What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what we're talking about. So that Luna will have a bright future ahead of her, we are transferring Luna to a school with an environment better suited to studying and discipline. When she moves there, she won't see rabble like you anymore either. I hope you will refrain from associating with Luna and corrupting her. You and your filthy.
Father, that's enough.
Be quiet, Luna. You will be a good girl and do what we say.
No, I'm not sure it's her mother's doll. Luna.
Let her go. I'll give her a stern talking to after we return home.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, but that's not the norm. That's not the norm. What? Then again, at my school, a 10th grader is in 7th grade. A 10-year-old. Oh, a 10-year-old is in 7th grade. Well, that would be more of a Zach situation than a I don't know. Whatever. Let's just assume that they are middle schoolers and move on with that assumption. Because probably, um, probably in Japan, they're probably in intermediary school. So like basically middle school in Japan, but in like America, they would still technically be in elementary school. Because that's right on Like, if they're 5th graders, then next grade up they would be 6th graders, which is middle school. So it's probably just that. After we return home. Okay. I knew we should have transferred her earlier. You two, get out of here and go home. What was that? What was that? Of all the... I know, what a parable. I know, what a pair of horrible people. You should have fought back too, Geo.
What's wrong? Did the old guy scare you?
No, it's just... I've never seen Luna look that stressed before. I was wondering if she's okay. That's true. Do you want to go check up on her? Best girl. Middle school age is about America's age? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They really should have made them middle schoolers. It's an oversight on their point. I don't know. Um, yeah, they really should have made them middle schoolers. It just makes more sense. Their designs look like middle schoolers. They act like middle schoolers, pretty much. I don't know. Do you want to go and check up on her? Then again, a lot of anime has kids acting a lot more mature, a lot than they actually do in real life.
If you are, then you'd better hurry. I've got a bad feeling about all of this.
Um, Also, Sonia's best girl because she isn't immediately like jealous that Luna is like he wants to go check up on Luna. She's just like, "Oh yeah, she did look really bad. Maybe you should go check up on your friend." No, she said her name was Sonia Stromplague. She said that. They she said that her name was Sonia Strom. Or I think either she did or Luna did cuz remember they asked for names. You got to go? Okay. I'll see you later, Coil. See ya.
I've got a bad feeling about all this.
I've got a bad feeling about all this. It's Star Wars. We're suddenly at Star Wars now. A bad feeling? Sonia, we've got to hurry. I probably won't get to the boss today. I'll probably just check up on Luna here and end the stream probably. You know, call it a stream. Because we only got like 3 minutes left, which is not enough time to... Well, I could go long today. I don't know, but then I'd be missing out on Coil's stream. And Coil's got to leave for his stream anyway. Let me check up on her. Yeah. It would be. Yeah, they're terrible. Well, I think they're just bad people anyway. I don't know. It's bad writing, but also they're bad people, so it's fine. I hate them. I hate them both. You lie to their faces that you are the perfect daughter who can do anything. But where is the real you? Who's there? Over here. I am so confused. What a slow pan. Oh my gosh, their cutscenes need work. I am a... Oh... Ofiuka? Ofiuka? Ofuka? Ofuka? Everybody know how to pronounce that? I'm here to give you the power to break the bonds that tied you down. A monster! Don't be scared. I came to give you power. Oh, Fuchsia? That makes more sense. You think I'm gonna fall for that? I've already had a few run-ins with monsters just like you. I see, so you've met other FMUs before. In that case, I'll keep it short. Let me borrow your body. If you do, you can stop them from transferring you. What? You can stop both of your parents from sending you off. It's not impossible. However, if you don't let me in, I'm afraid it might be too late. But how... Show them your will. Make it crystal clear to your parents how you feel. That you are not their little doll. How I feel. That's right. Let me in. I can help you. Show them your true feelings. Stop! Don't let her in, Luna! Luna, stop! She just wants to use you! It's your choice whether you want to let me in. But if you don't, you won't be able to change a thing. Luna! I don't want to transfer to another school. I will make your wish come true. No! Yeah, Cinnamon says. Yeah, where he can just go off, like, and point out all those things that you just said, pretty much, and, like, just yell about it. Luna! Where'd she go?
Look up by the sign.
Don't try to stop me. Yeah, she basically turns into a Lamia. Snake lady. Luna! She's in the wave world. Inside the exhibit. We gotta hurry. Oh. A fuchsia, huh? She sure picked a bad spot to show up. No, I think it's Lamia. Although maybe, like if you search up Lamia, I mean, Gorgon, no, actually, Gorgon is different. Gorgon is, snakes on the head, like for hair, basically. Lamia is snake from waist down. Basically mermaids, but snake. Snake. Yep. A bad spot? What do you mean?
Well, bad for us, good for her. A fuchsia is an amphibian who can control snakes. And you know what's inside that exhibit. I bet she's having a blast in there.
Gotcha. I'll be careful. Sounds like something's happening. We'll be too late if we don't get in there. We don't get in there. Alright, I think we're gonna call it here, for this stream. 4 minutes. But I will be playing again tomorrow, so don't worry, you don't have to go too long before we get the next part of this and save Luna from herself. I'll be streaming from 12 to 4 tomorrow, my time, so it'll be 2 hours earlier than I started today's stream. Yes, there's a lot of coincidences, like, and just plot holes that just line up so perfectly here for this to work out. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna be streaming a couple hours early tomorrow, because work wants me to start working Fridays, so now I can't stream Friday, so I'm just gonna start streaming a bit earlier on Sundays before I go into work. Anyway, thanks for watching Plague. Thanks for watching Coil, I guess, if you're there. That one episode, see one makes me one. This one, yeah, bit, pretty much. Thank you for watching Thicker. Seems like you're watching. Thanks for watching Plague Life. I hope you guys have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you guys are. Be streaming just tomorrow, so we won't have to wait too long to save Luna from herself, and I will hopefully see you there for that. Yeah, I hope you guys have a good one, and I will see you soon.